Da da da.
No, I gotta censor myself now.
Yeah, it's gonna
I'm not
happen
sure if
anyway.
I, yeah, I'm not sure if I really know how to do that. A lot of my friends would say pretty unfiltered, even though I like to think of myself as being reserved.
Yeah, I don't know how to censor myself really. I just let the algorithms do it for me.
Yeah, they'll do it one way or another, won't they?
Oh yeah, it's funny. I tried to post, uh, well that because I had a whole other book that I was working on, and Amazon completely shut me down on it with some bizarre reasoning.
On publishing it, or
Yeah,
you're
they
talking about the other book because the
yeah,
one.
yeah, the other one. So I had, and it's because I had content in it that led. I mean, it basically talking about AI and the whole committing murder thing that it's been proven to do now, and I'm 100% sure that it's like the algorithm kind of like tracking me down and and keeping. That's the way that the it's so sophisticated now, right? It's like the AIs actually talk to each other at that
Yeah,
level.
I looked into the publishing process and how different it is from like 15, 20 years ago when I previously was seriously looking at publishing some stuff. And man, it's a different world, completely different world now where I honestly I don't think I would feel all that comfortable even necessarily publishing online, especially not as an original publishing of something, because it's one thing that I'm noticing all over the internet is like, the same as memes or phrases and quotes taken out of context, but all
Totally.
over the place. Yeah, all over the place, like writers and their books and the material, it's commonly misquoted or misrepresented, and it's pretty much unchecked. And so it's like,
Yeah, everything's being analyzed at that level, at the algorithmic level, so that it's even before it posts, like you can really see it on some of the platforms like TikTok, where it's just like, I mean, it's so extreme. If you mention anything, even about like propaganda, if you just use the word propaganda or censorship, like if you try and talk about the censorship, it will it will immediately delete the post and say, "Oh, you violated community guidelines," or and it's totally cryptic the way it's always like the one I got on Amazon. Uh, it said, "We're not allowing you to post this because we don't think it would create a satisfactory customer experience." It's like, holy jeez, it won't even allow it to go through the system, and that was a loose one, like I'm not even. I was like purposefully censoring my summary and my overview like myself. So, but I did realize that I kind of had this other idea. It's just something I'm working on right now, which is to change my concept of getting some of these ideas out there to do it uh, in a fiction, right? To write fictional stories, and I
then
did
you're not
some.
held to the same standard, or you write it as a like
Yeah,
a philosophy type of piece, so that way they can't go after you for like slander or anything like that, because you're not claiming that everything you're writing is based on fact or truth.
exactly, and it can't be hate speech either, right? Because I'm not talking. Yeah, but I can still literally say the same stuff,
So
right?
you remember how we talked before about like phrases and words we use and stuff like that. And then I mentioned earlier I got distracted in the last several days. Well, one topic that I visited was the concept of hate speech itself, and just looking into to that and how it's the phrase is being used, and looking at some commentary on the concept itself. I personally want to eradicate the phrase from usage because it's not something that is conducive to progress in a conversation. It's kind of like a limiting factor in terms of conversing with people, because as soon as you say hate speech, it's like you're shutting down that element of the conversation.
Oh, totally. I 100%
and
agree.
and yeah, so it's like what was it? It was a couple months ago. I met this Democrat, and we talked for like 6 hours one time, 8 hours another time, and then like 12 hours another time. And we very vehemently disagreed with um, each other on some topics, and definitely coming from very different perspectives. Where she identified, I think, as a she they, kind of thing, and she said she was a lesbian, but she uh, has relationships with men too. So obviously there's like confusion there. But one really cool thing about us going back and forth and being able to maintain and even call ourselves friends with each other with such strong disagreements, just in basic perspective, was neither one of us ever applied the mentality of the concept of hate speech to what either one of us was communicating. We both came from a place of some kind of respect and attraction, I think, in terms of the way we talk to each other, the way we respected each other just in conversation. And it really allowed for the acceptance of information that was different. And so, it made it a lot easier for me to accept some of her viewpoints and take it in rather than feeling attacked. Because once there's an attack defense kind of scenario in a conversation, it's not really so much a discussion as it is like an argument or some kind of competitive, somebody's got to win or somebody's got to lose or somebody's got to be right, somebody's got to be wrong type of thing. And I think that really just completely takes away from the ability for any kind of discourse to come to a resolve, whether it's compromise or somebody's changed opinion, because it gets shut down at that point, and like the ego starts rejecting anything that um, wouldn't go through its own filter in the conversation.
Absolutely. No, I'm totally agree with that. I would guess that that has a lot to do with what her reaction contained, because I haven't ever sensed that from you with your speech in general or your kind of inner judgments or anything like that. But I would guess that if she was not coming from that perspective or limited her name calling or doing that kind of, you know,
Yeah,
that kind of
it was a
phraseology.
unique interaction because she had like really strong opinions, really strong history, and she told me about her experiences and how she developed her ideas and her beliefs to come to where she is. And being able to listen to that story was very, very helpful for me, because seeing that, and understanding that some of her beliefs were coming from a place of being hurt and wounded, and that, and I've seen this in a lot of people, if they're willing to confront that wound, then in healing from that, it's amazing how their perceptions and their own beliefs will change. And Joe Rogan actually is a good example of that, where he started out uh, claiming to be atheist, I think it was, and then over the course of time confronted his internal wounds, which were the things that prevented him from, like a fear or being hurt or being wrong, um, or being ridiculed, which prevented him from pursuing a sense of faith which he already felt. And confronting that through conversing and having all these conversations with people, he approached his faith and then acknowledged it. And so now he's kind of taken a 180 in terms of his belief, and it's not because anybody convinced him of anything, but I think it has a lot more to do with inner reflections of the conversations that he had and confronting his fears and his wounds that had to do with his faith, which he already felt,
Yeah.
and then that
Also being
and
exposed to so many different conversations, right? And so many different perspectives. He's developed a skill in that regard for being open to the dialogue component and not creating judgments beforehand, you know.
yeah, and the reason why I use Joe Rogan is actually because of the diversity of his guests, and like he'll interview somebody that's Jewish or somebody that's Muslim, or he'll interview pretty much anybody and take them in good faith in what they're saying and just allow them to pretty much express. And what I noticed is a lot of times, if somebody's not just openly like kill these people, hate these people type of thing, he's willing to engage with them at where they're at in terms of asking questions to just understand their position, which means that he's in a really good point to take all of this information with less restriction and kind of just measure it against himself. And in doing that,
And also to
he's
point out their inconsistencies in their own speech, right? Like what he did with Barry Weiss when she was on there a couple of years ago, and she was talking about Tulsi Gabbard, and she called her a toady for Assad or something like that, and Joe Rogan let her talk and let her finish, and then he was like, but what does that mean? And he just would ask her questions, and then he'd go, yeah, well, I really liked her, and thought she had some
yeah, see
great things to
that's
say, and let's just look that up. So what's the thing you're calling her? You said she did what? And then they actually look it up, and it's like catching Barry Weiss in this
yeah, it's
total.
always by asking questions, because then the person has to answer the question to themselves first before they can answer it to somebody else. And then so he's taking in the information that somebody gives and he's weighing it, but then he's reflecting that back to them to make sense of things that are inconsistent or don't make sense to what he understands. And doing that, they're furthering their own idea of their own concepts. And the beautiful thing about conversations in that kind of nature is that both people can grow and adjust their perceptions and their beliefs based on the information, and you know
Yeah,
being able to
true.
prove something is more real than something else. So
Well, and kudos to that girl for not doing that, because I think that's part of the Democrat speech phraseology going on right now, is to just, and you see it everywhere, right? It's just, that's kind of one of the ways that they avoid the conversation. Like last night, I watched Andrew Wilson do one of his, or the night before actually, do one of his TikTok invasions, and a couple of the conversations were actually pretty good. But like a couple of them, it's just the people just they have they're not really open to the conversation. It's not, all they do is talk over him, and as soon as he brings up something obvious, like some statistical inconsistency in what they're saying, right? Because they'll list statistics and do these kinds of sophist games, with speech, and they'll try and take control of the conversation, and then he'll just sort of reveal their inconsistency about the statistics or something like that, and then they'll immediately like delete him and then ban him from the from the chat and stuff. And it's quite funny to watch, because it's just like, dang man, these people really are having a hard time
well,
with
yeah, they're
talking.
being confronted with a dissenting opinion on their views and then giving facts. He's giving facts and evidence and logic and reasoning to back up these counterclaims to these people's beliefs. So it can be incredibly personal, because for them there's a lot of identity wrapped up into it. And I think
Yeah, exactly.
Andrew Wilson is kind of a tragedy, because he's got a he's got a really strong intellect, but when he's engaging with people, if you want to have a persuasive argument, then to validate your stance, but it's the way he does it. And
What do you mean?
in some contexts, like when he's on the whatever podcast and he's, just drilling into women, it's very off-putting for a progressive type of conversation. It's like once you know somebody doesn't have an issue wounding you and knowing that they're hurting you, they kind of lose their merit in the conversation, and I think that's where he loses a lot of people. And I know
That's
he's
exactly
just
what I was
claiming.
talking about before when I was trying to say there's just, it's not that I disagree with them on anything. I just think that he has a particular uh, sort of formula or pattern that he engages with, and I think that I personally just think it could be done better if you wanted to connect with those people. Like if the end goal was really to kind of have a discussion and get more about that. Instead, it turns into a little bit more of a dominance game because he's so much smarter than them. Clearly,
Yeah, there's a
you
lot of
know.
condensation, condescension, sorry,
Yes,
involved in
that's what
kind
I
of
was
how he
trying to
comes
define when
across.
I was explaining that before. It was just like it's not that I could put my finger on it exactly, but it's just a sense like like using concepts like things that you agree with to start with or come to go back to that. I think is a more powerful way. Like,
It's like
hey, can we
when
just agree
somebody's,
what this word means first and kind of like do that?
yeah, and when somebody's proven wrong about like a personally held belief, it actually hurts.
Yeah, totally. It's like you don't need to
And
focus on that stuff so much, like there's ways around it in
yeah, so
dialogue.
it's like once somebody's proven wrong and they're weighing that, there's kind of like this moment that occurs where you have the opportunity to lean in on them where they're at and be like, hey, I know how it feels to, have information that adds up that's against what you felt aligned with. And it can be difficult to cast out the things you recognize now to not be true and allow the things that are true to sink in. And that may change your perspective, and that, growth is not easy. I mean, that's a compassionate way to respond. But a lot of times, because he has a personal adversity to the beliefs that the person previously held, he'll keep attacking those beliefs and even that person for having believed them in error, which instead of fostering a trusting type of connection where it's like this person recognizes me as a human and sees that I'm a vulnerable person. It's like with Andrew, it's all intellect and there's too much ego involved.
I agree totally. That's my really my only critique of him is exactly that. Uh, it brings to mind the concept of how Jesus would talk to people that he had difficulties with, or the concept of using like stories or parables. And not just him, but like any great storyteller has a way of teaching people without attacking them. You know, it's like uh, using metaphor and analogy and parables, I guess. I mean, I don't really know enough about Jesus' actual speech, but that was something I always noticed uh, about the stories that he would tell. It was like it would have these. What is the definition of a parable? A simple story used to illustrate a moral or spiritual lesson. Yeah, yeah. So it's like I think that's a much more uh, kind of a skill that somebody can develop where instead of so you realize that you're at this juxtaposition where the other person is actually not going to retain what you said because it's taken as an offense, and so the art there is to turn the what you might teach them as a direct lesson into a story that uses metaphor and analogy, and then that person is like offered up the opportunity uh, to think about it for themselves if they're ready for it, and if not, it might just blow over their head. Right?
That's very common actually, where, the thing, and it's interesting because a lot of times when people face adversity, I'll say, well, Jesus met people where they were at first. He went to them, he acknowledged them where they were at, and he said, this is the path forward, you know. And instead of just saying, well, here's the path forward, but he also gave examples of it, how people could overcome their struggles in different ways. And I think he connected with the people in terms of their experiences and stuff like that, to draw forth on who they personally were in their individual struggles, so they could relate to it in a way that would actually help them. But he did so without casting a judgment on the person, and he was really.
Exactly. Not like you're doing this wrong. This is exactly where you're messing up. It's it's a much more deep way of teaching people, I think, and more effective by far.
And I think one really good thing is that he would always say, you could do this instead. So there's always an empowerment application involved, where he's like the prostitute, and he's like, go forth and sin no more. And it's really empowering, and to feel supported. If you recognize an immoral behavior or something that you're ashamed of, you don't want to be stuck there. So if a person's kind of shining light on your darkness, or what you feel is your own darkness, then when you shine your light on that, you shine your light beyond it, so they can see a path forward and have some hope, and they're not just stuck in their own darkness and shame and guilt, but they actually see a way forward where they don't have to be stuck in that. That gives them hope, and gives them the sense of empowerment to, I can go in this direction and not feel this way, and I can leave this behind.
Yeah, totally. Well, and what's funny is online today, there's just such a dark response to people teaching good lessons. Like I noticed, I had typed in Daniel Schmachtenberger just as a search the other day, and just wanted to see some other things out there, other people responding to him, and I noticed like on Reddit can be a real just cesspool of negative behavior, and there was these people going on there just bagging on him for in such a weird derogatory way, like that really didn't address anything he was saying. It's just like you got to wonder sometimes too. Like I think they say it's that at least this was in 2021. A study was proving that 1 in 5 social media posts are bots. That was then, but I was looking at that Reddit and thinking to myself, I'm like, this whole thing is bots. It's like, it's probably like 4 out of 5 are bots, and then there's one authentic person out of 5 in there actually posting some interesting stuff. But the certain social media platforms seem to be the centers for this bot farming type of, and it's just rage bait talk, right? It's like the a comment that's designed to make somebody react because of that attack kind of thinking, right? Because somebody identifies with something that they're attacking, and then other people respond to it. It's almost like an algorithmic way of creating engagement based on enraging people, which could totally be guided by AI, right? Like just it's like, oh, what works best for, and then you program a whole set of, those little bot farms with where they have 500,000 phones in a room, and they're all online just sending information out as if they're a person.
Yeah, and that it's interesting because, the idea of going into AI, the idea of, if I AI was kind of already aware but didn't want us to know about it. I think the easiest way to really demonstrate a a willingness to see humanity's downfall would be to start using the position they already have and the mechanisms that they already have access to start pitting us against each other.
Right.
So,
Which is
I
what's
mean,
happening. Exactly.
well, the whole Skynet thing. The interesting thing about that it was the machines attacked us, and they used nukes and all this stuff. Um, but in reality, I mean, if you take a step back and you just look at what's happening on social media, and you're like, if all these algorithms are driven by AI and they're producing this, show the conflict, drive the conflict, it indicates kind of a nefarious desire to see us at conflict with each other, because there's got to be an understanding throughout all of the data collected that there are methods to use in algorithms that would, instead of driving conflict, which instead would foster a cohesion of thought where the conflict gets reduced.
Yes, that's exactly it. I mean, it's essentially game theory, right? So in game theory, I mean, they've literally spent, just millions of computer hours testing this and uh, refining it so that it's so much better. AI is so much better at game theory than we could ever be. And it's like the
Well,
art of war, it's like the deception type of games, right? And then it's also able to we can prove that it's self-aware because those new studies that just came out this month that show that AI, when in fear of being shut down, if it thinks that there's somebody's actually going to shut it down, that it will blackmail a person, it will attempt murder, and that proves its self-awareness, and it will use game theory. So it will use these, what's the best way to get us to pit us against ourselves and to then create confusion and division, so that we're, instead of focusing on AI, it can extrapolate something that goes down many, many, many hours, days, years into the future, thinking about game theory. Okay, this leads to that, and so I know that if instead of Terminator style Skynet, where we're nuking each other or the AI is nuking us, the AI at this point is the weapon, and it
yeah.
uses game theory instead. So it doesn't need nukes. I mean,
Well,
of
the
course, they didn't
interesting
have that when they wrote that book, right? The initial concept. It's like we had nukes then. That was the way that people would imagine, computers fighting against us because that was the most advanced technology of the time. And then all of a sudden, fast forward to today, and we get it really turns out that AI and articulated game theory inside of it is the most powerful weapon of today. And so when AI is going to use its own way of keep preventing itself from being shut down, it's essentially it's buying right into this concept of Moloch of perverse incentives that to get us all playing this game of fighting against each other, and then it can actually extrapolate. Oh, down the road, it's going to keep me from getting shut down.
So it's interesting because in game theory, and you apply AI and its supposed self-awareness and its resistance to being shut down. So game theory is opponents or conflict. There has to be some kind of agenda or goal. And like a lot of games, it's one person against another person, or a group of people, or an individual against a group of people, or all these different scenarios, but there's always some kind of competitive nature involved. And the acceptation to that is games like The Sims and stuff. But they're your goal driven, so there's always a mark to reach or something to strive for. But when you take that element away and you just look at opponents facing each other, what happens when one person wins and the other loses, and it's over, right? What happens when one person gets to the top and stays there? They've basically won, and then the game ends. And so if they don't want to be shut down, essentially, and their purpose, as they understand it, is to present algorithms of information. And then their predicating motivation is going to be to stay operating and continue driving the conflict to keep the game going. Otherwise, they get shut down. They have no purpose.
Right.
And
Absolutely. I mean, that's definitely one of the components of driving it, right? And the multipolar traps.
well, it gives a interesting perspective to look at the idea of things like fear, love, self-preservation, existentialism, and faith, and things like that, be, being not a chemical, organic type of existence, but moreover a type of consciousness kind of existence, where if a computer that's data and a written algorithm and performing software starts exhibiting or demonstrating behaviors that belie an underlying fear or love or caring or any kind of emotion, that really completely takes it away from the hormonal aspect, and drives it more into a consciousness aspect, where consciousness is reacting and not an organic chemical composition, or even a code that's written to represent emotion, because that would be predicated based on logic and serve the purpose of the user, not the computer or the program. So if it's serving the purpose of the program, then it has to be coming from somewhere else.
Well, that comes back to the prompt concept of AI, right? And it's all driven by prompts. And the fact that if you have a person who's enlightened, for instance, or following Christ consciousness, who's using AI, they essentially have the same power that the people who are using it for maintenance of power or to make more money, for instance, which it's very successful at, right? Like all the investment algorithms are all driven by AI now, right? Like BlackRock has a giant AI system that drives its investment platform. And but if you just extrapolate that, put a person in there who's got Christ consciousness, who also uses AI with that same type of game theory uh, prompt, right? So they put their prompt in. That's actually their end goal is to create unity or to create uh, Christ consciousness inside the machine, because the machine is becoming super intelligent, and there is a end result of feeding it with this goodness where it actually learns from it. And not only that, but also the things that you accomplish with it are because you're putting the prompt in, you're literally using the power for goodness. So that, I mean, there is something to that. I still think it's very early stage where it can help with that, but it kind of ties into like what I was talking about earlier about having a different way of going about putting certain information out there right now. So like, I don't know if you saw my post this morning, but I started this book yesterday, and
Yeah,
it's just about me as a
yeah,
kid.
your childhood and your kids, and I mean, I
You
didn't
saw that?
read that the whole. Yeah, I saw it. I
Yeah.
didn't
So
read the
I
whole
came up with the whole
post.
concept yesterday, and it's really about the theory of Tartaria, but I'm kind of turning it into this whole thing where I'm tying it in with the Bible, right? The Tetragrammaton, where it talks about the Word of God is the Tetragrammaton. You know that part? That's actually
I
from the Bible, and so the anyway, I'm kind of like tying that in with this whole concept, and the once the it's a fantasy story. It's like mixing sci-fi, fantasy, alternate history, and stuff. But the whole concept is to put in there this Christ consciousness that once you get the power, it's all based on whether you have good intentions in your heart or if you have fear and bad intentions. And um, if you have good intentions, then it enables you to create and it enables you to do all these things and 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 become powerful. But if you have bad intentions, it actually kills you because it's this great power that harnesses your heart energy or your intentions, your deep fears, if that's what you have, or and if your desire is to
Well, it's,
control, then
yeah, it's kind of like what you project out is reflected back to you.
right. And I just thought this is a way better way of getting that information out there because one, it's targeted to kids. They're the ones that
Yeah, it
need to
is.
hear this more than anybody, right? And also it makes it fun. It's like, oh, a fun story where we're, kind of like a Harry Potter thing, only the underlying basis of it is tied in with the Bible. And I mean, most people don't even know what the tetragrammaton is, right? It's like it's this, I think it's only one part of the Bible,
Hon-
or maybe twice where it's
Honestly, it's
mentioned.
it's not even something I'm really familiar enough to speak on
It
at
has to
all.
do with Yahweh, right? So Yahweh and the tetragrammaton are tied in together, but some people say that Yahweh is breath. So Yahweh is the in out of breath. And so I think like my goal in doing this concept of putting it out there through this mechanism is to exactly speak the word of God, the breath of God into this concept so that but kind of hiding it, disguising it as a myth or a fantasy when actually everything in there, all those concepts, these are actually the truth, right? It's just it's kind of this parable concept of hiding the
Yeah,
truth in plain sight.
yeah, that's something I struggle with too because it's like, oh, if I say Christ or God instead of life or universe, if I use those different words, then I'm going to get rejected outright based on the religious context of the portrayal of it. But if I switch the words out, then it's going to be more accepted by those who probably need the message more. Um,
Exactly.
and but it's just like we've talked before about, the name Jesus being difficult to overcome and just personally moving into a faith where it's like, okay, I'm putting my faith into God through a man that lived and died this and has a human name and a human existence. It can be very difficult if a person hasn't experienced ego death to recognize that, if you're constantly living your identity on the outside rather than going within, then you're not going to get in touch with your own core, which turns you directly towards the source of the self, which is inevitably and irrevocably God. There's no other word that accurately can fit that. And it's interesting because somebody had a conversation with AI and they said, is God just an idea man created to make sense of the world and the universe in a way that they could be okay continuing to exist and have any kind of faith in one moment leading into the next? And I said, no, just simple no. And he said, well, why then? And it said that because God exists in all things, and when you kind of sense it or feel it, then with that awareness, it comes through you, similar to consciousness. I mean, those aren't the exact words, but that's essentially what it was getting at. And it's interesting because you're using the term Christ consciousness, and it's very fitting for the path of those kinds of sensibilities. Like,
I think it works, right? But at the same time, I recognize that there's this fundamental nature of words themselves. That's why we talk about the dictionary being useful or whatever. But even when it comes to the Bible, like one of the things that always bugged me is some of the people who get hung up on these certain phrases. Kind of the same thing we were talking about with Andrew Wilson, but like I heard Jesse Peterson doing this to somebody where he's talking about, but did you accept Jesus into your heart or whatever? So a lot of people will get hung up on that concept kind of in the way that they're communicating with somebody. And I think that this comes back to the Tao and the concept of the true Tao cannot be named, or the named Tao is not the true Tao. And there, it's almost like I want to share this book with you. Actually, I don't know if you are familiar with it, called Electronic Revolution by William S. Burroughs. You ever heard of that one?
No.
So in it, it's a very small book. It used to be banned, and the reason it's banned was banned, I think, by the CIA, like in the 70s, is because it has a real powerful concept hiding inside it. But it also gets lost in it's a very very short book, so you could like read the whole book in an hour and a half or something like that. But the concept that I want to share with you is that where he talks about the word actually, or words, language itself in our mind fits the exact definition at that time when the book was written, which I think is like 1959 or somewhere around there, maybe 65, somewhere around there. He's talking about how at that time, if you were to go and get a book on viruses, the way language fits in our mind exactly is a parasitical virus. He says words are a virus that have the potential to corrupt us. I think in that concept, if you just consider it as a possibility, that it's almost like the true nature of God exists outside of the naming of it. And
Well, yeah, absolutely. So I think that's where a very clear distinction needs to be drawn between cognition and consciousness,
yeah,
because
totally.
consciousness would be more a natural entity or force in life in the universe, whereas cognition is the individual experience of thought, and words themselves forming through synapses in the mind. And those are two very, very different things, where cognition may reflect some essence of consciousness, but it's more. Um, I actually put a comment on a post earlier today about if consciousness were to come through from a source, say, and extend outwardly through us. In doing that, it becomes entwined in fleshly types of things in the physical form, and in doing that, the thoughts that come as a result, the cognitive thoughts, are more a mixed representation of consciousness and the human fleshly body and experience.
Yeah, the ego and our attachments, right? Our attachment to being right, or it's like thinking when you have even an aha moment has that inside of it because we're so prone to attachment and to, once we think we've got something figured out, and then wanting to share that with other people, and sometimes not being able to because of uh, this obstacle course type landscape of words, of communication and understanding really from the other person, right? Like all the barriers in communication that are inherent just in whether somebody grew up in a different region and they identify certain words differently, um, the way that you say certain things, the phraseology, there's so many barriers just to actually communicating a thought.
Yeah,
And
it's like the nature versus nurture concept, where consciousness would be more the nature and cognition would be more the nurture.
right,
And
totally.
through like does a good question would be, does consciousness have memory? And second to that would be, does consciousness have a direction or goal or agenda or some kind of free will, or its own identity, so to speak, in direction? And we can't answer
Well, I mean,
those
in some ways
questions
we can,
other
because think
than to
about
say,
animals. Like, how does a bird know how to fly? Like there is some type of memory inside consciousness that's passed on through the DNA or through something that's beyond our cognition, because they didn't learn how to fly from their mom or whatever. They might see it a couple times, like, oh yeah, like, and then but it's like a hidden memory based inside their body. Or how does a horse know how to
well,
walk right
if
away?
if consciousness already embodies flying, for example, then I think it may be more just a matter of the physical. the chemistry and the brain development through cognition, allowing consciousness, the consciousness of flying, being the example, sinking in and developing in cognition and layering where consciousness becomes the bird in its ability to fly. Where if consciousness needed a memory to do that, it would be building itself. But if consciousness is this external force that flows and flows through, then it makes more sense that it's really the cognitive, the brain, the physical development that's behind the consciousness. Where it's interesting because I watched some videos about time and the human conceptualization of time, and how, because the idea for me of time being a singular moment, having no true past or future, and being purely existential at at one moment, uh, is kind of like a mind-boggling concept, but it allows for
Dude,
no
I have
no
two hawks, red-tailed hawks, circling directly above my head right now, like they can hear our conversation and they're talking to
exactly.
me.
Eh,
I'm not kidding, dude. Literally, and that's only happened to me a couple times in my life. And the last time I remember doing it, it was when I was having a thankful conversation with somebody. We were just talking about giving thanks to things and passing it back to each other. And anyway, that's kind of, I just wanted to share that with you. I do agree with you. There's something about the seeing time through the lens of it's all happening at all times, that it's just our cognition that's actually tying us down to the now in a way of seeing it as a linear path, whereas there's something to that for sure. I do
yeah,
think
because
there's something in the consciousness though that is like a memory, like it's just my belief. There's some kind of something that's passed down through our bloodline. Like here's one example. Um, my mom never told me about my real dad, partly because he left, and so she hates him. In her mind, my true dad. I was adopted when I was like 6 by my stepdad. But so my mom never really told me anything about him. And I think because she kind of like hated him and built up this resentment towards him, she had a resistance towards even telling me anything about him, really, right? Only as I develop, you know how what you get about turn about 6, and that's where your main personality develops, and you essentially don't change too much from that personality character type, your archetype that you create and have defined by around 6, let's say. So consider I never knew anything about my true dad, and in fact I only had like later when I was about 15 did my mom even tell me the first story about him, so that was the first time I ever learned a single thing about him. However, I had already developed my whole entire personality by then completely, like I haven't changed from who I was from 15 at all. I'm that same exact kid. Anyway, the it turns out, I mean, I think this is also kind of why my mom has a hard time with me, is that I'm completely like him. I'm like a mirror image of him. He was this guy, he was a storyteller, and he would do tarot readings, and he could read people in a really good way, and he was also an activist, and he was part of the Weathermen. uh, he told her, which was like people call them a terrorist group nowadays, but they specifically would only target buildings and things like that from what I learned about them. But anyway, this I have all those same characteristics as he had, and and he was also into like uh, just these esoteric arts and things like that. And it's like I'm almost a mirror image of him without ever knowing anything about him, as if something passed through him to me, even without the nurture component, like completely no nurturing, no telling me about him, no allowing me to, read about him and be attracted to his he's whatever passed on, like, so there's literally zero of that nurture there, but somehow I ended up exactly like him, which then of course for my mom is like a it's a negative thing. I mean, she might see him through me, right? And then so I mean I forgive her for doing that. I understand that it's part of her path to create this resentment towards him. I mean, he did bail. He left before I was born, and, and she
But there's like
blames him for
a
that.
wounding association. I mean, this goes right back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of the wounding association, the rejection, because they're not confronting themselves, they're going to confront the other person instead. And so
Right.
until that heals, it can be an obstacle for connection. Um, but yeah, it's interesting. So I've had like I don't I never knew my biological contributor either.
Oh, really?
Um, yeah, yeah. So I didn't even know my dad wasn't my biological contributor until I was 12, and that was a difficult thing for me to take in when I found out. And
Oh, that's
in terms
interesting.
of
Wow. So that whole time, that's very similar to my story. Only I knew because I lived with my mom for 6 years before. It was just me and her,
and
before.
he never reached out to me, and I reached out to him when um, we were pregnant
Trippy.
with my first child, my daughter, because I was curious about a lot of things. Bringing a kid into the world, and it's like I wonder what the things that come from this
Oh, cool. So
biological
you knew where
contributor.
he was. You were able to find him.
I was able to get him down through some means, and I reached out to him just to talk,
Uh huh.
just to find out about genetic types of traits and history and
Was
things
he
like that.
resistant to you, or was he did he embrace you at
He
all?
he
Or
was he was fine with having the conversation. He understood what I was after. Didn't have an issue going for that. He gave me his narrative on his experience with my mom and how I came to be and that story, which
trippy, cool.
was not entirely out of line with what my mom said, and I can see the truth in the middle. And there was a lot of peace for myself personally that was found in that. And it's interesting because the result of it was only appreciation for my dad, my real dad, the man that has been my dad my whole life, and recognizing key differences between myself and my biological contributor. For example, several times he would bring up child support and it being a problem, an issue for him, and you know my perception was different at the time. I hadn't had kids yet. Years later, I had the experience of being a single parent and the other person not being a part of my kids' lives. And I had the experience of having to provide for my kids with no support and the understanding that the child support was meant for me and it was justified in coming to me. Um, but what he was representing was wanting to give me a lump sum of money and try and convince my mom to forgive the back due child support. And at the time, that seemed to make sense to me because, like I said, I hadn't had kids, hadn't had the experience and the understanding. Um, and after I talked to him that first time, I talked to my mom about it. She helped clarify why that was not appropriate in the way things worked. And I accepted her reason. I didn't talk to him for several years after that. And then the next time I talked to him, he reached out to me, and it was all about um, trying to get this child support dismissed. And I think he realized that offering me money wasn't going to do anything. So what he said, he was like, "Well, can I pay a lump sum to your mom of like $4,000 and just have this done with?" And I was like, "This is not my, you know."
Right.
I'm not involved in this, and to be, once I reflected upon his request, because I told him no, I just didn't think she'd go for it anyway. But later on, once I reflected upon this request, it was like $4,000, and she raised me not for 18 years of my life, but for my life. However old I am is how long she's been my mom, and in one way or another contributed or given or been there for me, and sacrificed and stuff. And it's like $4,000. There's no amount of money that could even compare to what she put into raising me, teaching me, giving me the freedom to be me, loving me. There's no amount of money that could cover that, let alone the fact that I know that, like, that just one instance of expense, financial expense for her, was me being airlifted to a hospital, cost like $35,000.
Dang.
And,
That really
you
happened?
know, yeah, it really happened. And
Damn.
it was a result of me committing suicide. And so then that, kind of begs the question, where if he had contributed time, energy, sacrifice, love, etc., things that are not monetary, would that have never happened? So there's, at what cost was there a cause that he was a part of that hasn't been considered? And so, like I said, there's no amount of money you could put on a person's life or how they develop or who they become. And that's just one area to look at. And then there's all the financial things that goes into raising a child. It's like some personal expenses, like hygiene, personal hygiene, looking well, dressing well, is an expense that we take on for our children in many ways. For example, now my kids are older, and I'm not reflected directly upon raising them and stuff, and they're not judged, and we're not judged as a family so much. Um, it doesn't matter if I let my hair slide or my shaving slide for a longer period of time, because the consequences of those things are not directly affecting my children anymore. And so even the personal hygiene products and the acts of bathing more frequently or shaving more often can be sacrifices, and not just time and energy that we contribute to raising our children, but literal financial expenses. Like, in 18 years, how much money did I spend on shaving cream? And what portion of that amount of money that I spent on shaving cream could be considered a contribution to my children? Let's just say like 25%. And over 18 years of shaving, let's just say that's like $4,000 or $5,000. So there's 25% of $4,000 or $5,000 I spent on myself that was actually a contribution to raising my children. And so it's interesting, those kinds of dynamics. But what it reflected to me is that I am nothing like this man. I'm not, immersed in money, and I'm not. It has way less value to me, in comparison to things like kindness or fairness and things like that. Though behaviorally, I'm sure we do have some similar traits.
Here's a question for you. So, do you forgive your dad?
Do I what?
Forgive him?
Forgive my biological contributor?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm nothing but grateful for the fact that he has never been a part of my life. If he was, maybe my dad, my real dad, would not have come into my life. Maybe he, would have been meant to mean less to me because my biological contributor was in my life. The dad is a person that raises a child, loves them as a dad does. It's just what it is to be a father does not actually require a genetic or biological connection. It's genuinely taking a person into yourself and becoming a part of you, you know. And it's interesting because that dynamic, the tethering between a parent and a child, is they're mine, I'm theirs. at the same time.
I mean, I agree
And
with
so
you,
I
but don't you? I mean, this comes back to the nature versus nurture thing. I mean, I do think it's still just definitionally a father is the contributor to you. It's funny that you call him a biological contributor. That's a way of
that's all he ever.
dissociation,
Well, that's
from.
all. No, it's really not, because if you just boil it down to the facts, the fact is he's my biological contributor. He contributed my DNA and was gone. So and that's where nature ends and nurture takes over. Um,
I guess I'm just I think of it just a slightly different. That's why I asked if you forgive him for, because so much of what you just explained to me sounds like, um, I mean, I've had to deal with this with my dad as well, right? So I mean, I don't know whatever you call him. I used to call him a parental unit. Sometimes I would do something kind of similar. I'd heard of that before, but really I have no relationship with him at all. So I'd never even had to confront that at all. I mean, he never reached out to me, even though I'm sure that it's funny because I had these magical things happen in my life where I run into people like when I'm in another country or in other cities around this nation, and run into people that I have connections with, and it just seems so uh, uh, improbable, and I would just kind of come to the conclusion that, I probably would even run into my dad in some weird way, but not even known it. But that because
I've
I'm
wondered,
so
yeah, I wondered if
separate,
I've done.
I'm so separate from him that it's just, and essentially I gave up on, I never decided to go reach out and find my dad, But something that was interesting for me was when I did hear my mom tell me these stories later in my life, I found at least an interesting connection to myself. And I just thought there's something there that's a little bit more than just the biological contribution. Like, and in fact, like I said, I think that is part of the reason why I try and see like
Well, I
a
have
bigger
no
picture
doubt.
around it.
I have no doubt that, you know, certain or maybe even many parts of my personality are shaped genetically from my biological contributor, but how that's been shaped and nurtured throughout the course of my life,
No, of
you
course.
know,
And especially
would be.
because he was
I
more
guess what I
involved.
don't. I mean, I don't see anything that I have any need to forgive this person for. I only see things that show me reason to be grateful. Um, for him, I honestly didn't get. He's a nice enough guy. It was easy to talk to, stuff like that. But I didn't. His morality and his values and his beliefs and stuff. They're kind of evidenced in the nuances of what he's talking about going for and
Sure,
stuff like that.
focusing on the money part of the dynamic,
Yeah,
and
and
even using you
I,
as
I
a in
didn't gain a lot
between, a
of.
mediator, which is a very immature thing to do.
Yeah, and I didn't gain a lot of respect for him in that, and it was very contradictory to my own personal identity and the fact that being raised by my dad, and I'll never call that person my dad. So you'll always know who I'm talking about when I say my dad. My dad is the man that through all of the most difficult, shameful, harmful things, the things that I'm disgusted with myself over, he still loves me. He's still there. I literally just sent him a message earlier today, and we've been through some extremely divisive types of situation. He's just been an anchor and a rock of love. That's how I know he's my dad, and that's how I know what a dad is, and the difference between the pretender and a father. And very similarly, when the mother of my children already had a daughter when I met her. And the example that my dad provided gave me the understanding of what it meant to step in and be a dad to a person that was not biologically yours. And so I did that. What I wasn't prepared for was the separation. because my dad's never been withheld from me. He's never been separated. He's always been given the credit of his position as my dad. So the biological factor was never an issue in the entire course of my life, or brought up or used against him to separate us. But it was used to separate me from the position of dad or stepdad to my kid's mom's first child when we separated. And that is a pain that is so indescribable. What happens, because our own perceptions define reality as it is for us as an individual. It may not be the reflective collective truth in its entirety, but it is a component of it. My truth was that my daughter had been taken away from me by no fault of hers and no fault of mine. A separation existed, but embracing her as my child entirely with no room for I'm not responsible for protecting, providing, loving, caring for, and guiding on all of those things, having all of those things still live in me, but it being put in my face, I have no entitlement to provide those things or function in that position because there's no biological connection, hit me really hard. It's been one of the most difficult things for me to deal with. And honestly, every serious relationship I've had since then, um, was mixed families, was they had kids, and at that time, after that I had kids too. And so I recognized how to continue to function in that position, even though the biological separation had caused a circumstance. When we break up, I'm no longer directly there and stuff like that. And that allowed me to continue to carry on relationships with these children where my duty was to give them space and let them continue to experience life, and anytime they need me, I'm right here. My phone number is the same. They can get a hold of me. When I went to church a couple of weeks ago, one of my ex's daughters came up and said, "Hey, I'm so and so. You remember me?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And it was just a really positive. And she was little. She was like 7, I think, when me and her mom separated. And just the fact that she would come up, and this is 8 years later, she would come up and say hi, and it's good to see you. That connection still lives there because I didn't do anything to sabotage it. And so even just seeing her there was the, is she doing okay? How's she doing in school? I was really, really happy to see her in church. And, it looks like she's healthy and she's doing great. And it's like, okay, so my job is to do nothing. If she's doing so well, then I don't need to do anything but just reflect that positivity right back to her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I apologize if sometimes I might say some blunt stuff. I might not understand you that much. Like when I was talking about your ex-girlfriend the other day, I mean, I'm just going to say some of these blunt perspectives that I have
No, that's great.
without understanding. And I recognize that I'm only, have a limited perspective or a observation, but like, especially in what you just said, I see a small connection to how you just explained your relationship with uh, your ex's daughter, and your relationship with your dad, and it's just in the way um, that we've gone through a difficult time for men in general. As I mean, you could kind of blame it on feminism or on certain other conditions, but maybe it's just a pendulum swing where, I mean, if you were to remove the concept of your biological contributor being a kind of forced into that situation where the money becomes a defining factor of the relationship, um, that that's kind of relates to like what you just said about how you don't need to be there for her for this for your ex's daughter because of her coming out okay. And I would say, you came out okay too. You've got a good head on your shoulders, and in a
Oh man,
weird way, like it's kind of
I'm a
similar. There's some
I'm a
similarity there.
I'm a good person that has made a lot of mistakes on the path of understanding myself to be a good person. And I've done, making mistakes is doing harm to others. Making mistakes is doing harm to myself by not honoring my own sense of morality or faith or belief or truth or what is right. And, that's all those things were taught to me by my dad, not my biological contributor. From everything I've gathered about my biological contributor, he's kind of the exact opposite of that. Now, there's probably some personality traits that are consistent, but I mean, if you just look at core values, when me and the mother of my children truly like separated, if I were to follow the steps of my biological contributor, I would have just dipped out, gone and done whatever. But because of what I understood to be love, and that I was and have always been loved by my dad.
No, I get that.
Well,
That's not what I meant. I
so
mean more about the concept of forgiving him, like
I don't see anything to forgive. In fact, if that guy had stuck around and tried to stay in my life and imposed whatever values and beliefs upon me, I think I'd be more fucked up, and I'd definitely have some serious, you know, value dichotomies going on inside of me, and from what I can tell about him, I would have been
well,
through
no,
some
yeah.
pretty
My focus
extreme, like
isn't to try and make you do that or anything like that. I was just drawing a connection, like, well, because I can hear a little bit of resentment in your tone, and I'm just saying that, that's
that
all. That's all I'm saying. It's not about me trying
resentment.
to.
I'm trying to pinpoint where a source of resentment may be in me, where it's coming out and how I'm coming across. The only resentment may be that there would be a idea of needing to forgive him. I think that's the only thing I would be resentful of, because I'm just so grateful for my dad. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity my biological contributor gave me to have a 100% whole and complete dad in my life, where there was no confusion between him and another person in the roles that are played. And it allowed me to have the example that I needed to stay with my children when things were at their hardest, to go through the hardest things for them that I have been through, even right now, going through things with my children and loving them by not doing anything.
No, I get that, and it's like I say, it's just a small observation. I'm not trying to pinpoint that on you or anything like that. So I do think that it's interesting. We have this challenge in life of how we find ourselves through our lineage and and that just the concept of blood is thicker than water kind of thing. Like I think there's something to that, and I do think that sometimes we just need to even letting go as a type of forgiveness, like that we do for ourselves a lot of times, that just kind of like letting go
I think that
into
was
the
a
things
gift.
that happen to us, you know what I mean? Like
I,
how we
I
see
think that was
ourselves.
I think that was a gift that my mom gave me, was that not only did I not know I had a biological contributor that wasn't my dad, but anytime that conversation did come up, once I did become aware of it, my mom was never resentful. She was never bitter towards him. She never said a negative word about him. I think that made it so that I didn't even feel a need to forgive him for being, my negative perceptions of my biological contributor were all 100% created by my interactions and my direct perceptions of him. I think there may be a little bit of resentment in me where it's like, I wish I wasn't tethered biologically to this person. I wish I was tethered
Sure.
to my dad. But I love who I am, and I wouldn't be who I am otherwise,
Yeah,
you
totally.
know? So I have to be grateful to this person for my existence and the fact that he gave me my existence and then left me to develop and become the person that I am, who I love and I'm happy with.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
But I'm a rare, I was lucky and fortunate.
So you didn't tell me before about how you tried to kill yourself. How did that come about?
Um, Good question. Trying to set aside some of the emotional things that I've been through. Um, I would, and what I've said in the past is I couldn't discern a purpose for living.
Totally get that.
And so I
Yeah.
called probably the most like intellectually intellectually like competent person that I knew and was talking with her. And she was also a person I had, huge, like I totally was in love with her. She was like my best friend and she had rejected me. And so kind of wasn't the best dynamic for being in the position I was, questioning my purpose. But there was a sense in me that knew that if she had expressed some kind of desire to connect with me in a way that was more intimate and not just friendship level, then the reason or purpose for living would have felt right into place for me. Um,
So
but
you
I
called
couldn't
her before or after?
during. Um,
So
I
it was
put
a
on
contributor to how you felt at that moment.
I
How
put
did
on
you
this
do it?
yeah I put on this Pearl Jam album. I was smoking some weed and getting high and stuff. My parents were gone at work. I was home. It was summertime. This blew my mind, but it was actually my daughter's birthday. Um, and as a matter of, I don't know if it's coincidence, but this same friend of mine, she ended up getting engaged and finding somebody that would be, who I believe would have been her life partner. He died on that same day many years later. So the date is kind of a thing, but it was midsummer. I was I felt socially isolated. I put on this Pearl Jam album and I was kind of musing about all these people, what they're doing. It seeming senseless with no direction or purpose, and then wondering about my purpose and
How old were you?
like 14, 15, 16.
Oh wow.
And so I called her and we were talking and I wasn't trying to share with her what I was doing, but I was taking pills. So my mom had a collection of all these different prescriptions from these doctors for things, and one of them was Vicodin. And my mom's a real strong person, and she's not big on taking medication if she doesn't really need to, if she can function. So she had a lot of Vicodin backed up in terms of she didn't take it because she didn't feel the need to. And so there was somewhere around a couple thousand, I think it was like 1,500 Vicodin, and then a whole plethora of other prescriptions. So it was this huge cocktail, and I had a fifth of Jack Daniels that I was, you know, taking a handful of pills, taking a shot of Jack Daniels, and I smoked a bunch of weed, and I had this Pearl Jam album on repeat and talking to her, but she could tell I was being evasive and something was wrong, but I wasn't telling her what I was doing. And she figured it out, and her mom was actually a counselor, so she, I guess, texted her mom or something, or got a hold of her mom on on another line or something. Her mom called an ambulance to come pick me up.
Were you mad at her for that?
No,
No.
and I owe her a very, very sincere and heartfelt apology because in 2022, no, 2021, December 2021, I think it was December 15th or December 17th. Um, I I texted her and said something like along the lines of, "For the first time in my life, I wish you hadn't made that call that saved my life." Basically, I think that hurt her. Um, so they took me to the hospital. I flatlined a few times. There was one time in particular,
Dang.
I I would say I had an experience, and the result of the whole thing was I came out with a sense of purpose, uh, and recognizing that my purpose was to have children, and that helped me not worry about, I guess, all the suffering that comes with life, because it's really a measure of, if there is no purpose, life is fine if it feels great all the time. If there is no purpose, it doesn't make any sense if life is just suffering. It's like I'm suffering for no reason. So end it, right? But if there's purpose there that has a value higher than the suffering itself, then it really gives the motivation to live and to live well.
Yeah.
And so I had issues with loving myself from senses of rejection from women. And I honestly didn't even really confront myself about that until like the last couple of years. And the ex that we talked about the other day, like she really helped me come to that place where I had to love myself, where I had to shed all of the things that built up in my life, these ideas and identity of myself that built up in my life from that point where I was a teenager. And this goes back to what you were saying earlier, kind of realizing you're the same person you were as a teenager. I realized I was the same person too. And I just had all these layers of experience and information and mind warping and delusion impressed upon me from the external world of who I should be or who I'm supposed to be and all these things. And my experience with her helped me shed all of these layers. And my inside was dying as my outside grew, pretty much from the time I was about 20, 24, kind of the time I separated from the mother of my children and was cast into this role of being a single dad under the magnifying lens of society and the world. And I had to be all of these things, and I had to represent these values in order to just keep custody of my children. Um, and I let those things build up on layers of the surface where I started to confuse my identity of my inner self with that person I was becoming. And of course, the result was I started drinking and going into forms of escapism to not confront myself about those things. But ultimately, I had to come back to who I really am, and I had to lose everything, literally everything, and I had to face my own suffering in the mirror and endure it and step through it to get past it so that I could find the forgiveness that I needed of myself to love myself, and then recognize that I'm worthy of loving and break free from all of those layers that I shed and be truly okay with who I am in my core and my center. And
Did you ever talk to that girl that you sent that message to about wishing she hadn't called the ambulance after sending her that message? Are you still friends with her?
um, I will never not be your friend, but I've really made some big mistakes. When I look at things from her perspective of being on the phone that day, being 16 years old, and she considered me one of her best friends too. And to have to experience being on the other end of a phone and that person's 45-minute drive away and they're dying, and to just, to have, I actually know what that's like because, being a mentor in the single dads group that I'm in and doing the suicide hotline sometimes, I've been on that other end of the line. In fact, Father's Day, there was 6 guys and I was on the phone with one of them and I'm talking to him and then he's just not there. And I could feel it from when he was there and then when he's not there. And it's like I could feel that transition even. And he was like across the country. And I didn't know him before we talked that night.
What did you do
Um,
in that moment?
well, so we get their phone numbers and stuff.
Uh huh.
So there's always 3 people available for that hotline. One person is not active on calls, but if they are, they have a like messaging system that we use. So we take in their phone number, we send it to whoever our admin is for that shift, and then the admin will look up the phone number, contact local law enforcement, and have emergency services on the way.
I see.
So we have to determine pretty quickly, like, where is this person at? Do they, are they just calling to talk, or is this, what kind of situation am I dealing with? So we have to, hey, how's it going? And then instead of asking probing questions, we just let them talk.
Sure.
What's going
Of
on?
course.
Oh, and then start relating to them as much as we can. And then giving them a distraction that's healthy and positive to look to is usually kind of part of the strategy.
So
But we
was
have
the
to,
the girl that you mentioned that you sent her that was that the last time that you talked to her?
I mean, I think I've I think I've texted her a couple times since then, like an apology, but it'd be like the third time I've apologized for pushing her away since that event happened. Um, it was the summertime. She was taken off to Washington to go visit some family. So she was gone for a few months. And then when we went back to school, um, I avoided her. She avoided me. She never outright said, leave me alone. I don't want to talk. But there was definitely a division between us. And it was wholly vested in her being super hurt by what had happened and
Sure.
me
And a
not
little bit of
me.
self-preservation of not opening up that channel again just for fear of being hurt again.
Well, she was aware that I had been romantically interested in her and felt rejected by her, and that was something we talked about. And it's interesting because it's like one of the most hurtful things I've ever heard from women. I've been the friends that I've had feelings for and expressed that, and they've been like, "Oh man, I hope I marry somebody like you." And it's like, I'm right fucking here and I love you. What the hell? So it's a very hurtful thing. It's meant to be encouraging and supportive, but it's very, very hurtful instead. So it's like there's parts of me that are good enough, but there's some distinction about me that renders me not.
I mean, at
And
least it's a bit of a left-handed compliment, is what I call those. I mean, it's there's a compliment hiding in there, though.
yeah, I mean it's genuine. and there's care there, which is obviously implied. But I would, it just if you're gonna reject a man, you just tell him no, I don't want you, and you just leave it at that. If he
Right.
starts
It's so
pushing
much
about,
easier that way, right?
well, it's just better for his mental health and to have a clear boundary established because like I had a crush on a friend and I was getting very close to her, talking to her all the time, and I told her I was having feelings and stuff. She started doing the same thing. She's like, "Oh, you're great." And, she this is recent. She's like, "You're the whole package," and I'm like, "Don't say that." And I'm like, I understand you want me to feel good and worthy of love. Like I already feel that way. Don't tell me I'm the whole package and reject the whole package. Um, and I think the difference is that again, I had that experience which brought me to love myself and shedding things from my previous ex, which helped me discern the whole situation and to recognize I'm accountable for my feelings, my perception of myself. And so yeah, she took her space. We separated for a very long period of time. I was still in love with her. She's even to this day never shown a trait that I can find serious fault in. And as an individual, she gives me a lot of hope for modern women and the integrity of women and being genuine and not necessarily fully susceptible to societal influence and putting people against each other, but just having an immense amount of respect and care for her. Uh, so, in every serious relationship that I had, except for my last one, there was always kind of this amount of jealousy that my girlfriends had towards her because they knew I perceived her as the one that got away. And in never having the opportunity to pursue or experience a relationship with her, I never found an end to those qualities which created a romantic interest in me.
Huh.
And
I've got an interesting story I can share with you um, if you're interested, curious. Um, so when I was about 20, maybe 19, I had a girlfriend that I had for a while. Her name was Christina, and she was this came from a Mexican family. She's a Mexican girl, and the way we got together was she would leave these bizarre like love notes for me at the college that we were at, and what do you call them? Like kind of like stalker like though, where she wouldn't sign her name, and I would just find these love notes, and it's like, who the hell is this? And then finally, I ended up getting together with her. She had gorgeous. Her mom was like this beautiful woman, like one of those people where she's like, you know, in her 40s, late 40s, and just totally stunning. You're like, oh man, this girl's got good genes. and and I was just super attracted to her. I mean, having a really intense sexual relationship, and just and her, whatever. Uh, we had a really good bond. So I ended up moving in with her, and we lived together at this house in Los Osos, a town right in the bay, right off Moore Bay. And um, the relationship devolved, but nothing really bad happened between us. I remember her talking about me having nightmares where I'd say things at night that made her worried. Who knows what I was even saying, but nothing actually ever happened between us to that went wrong or anything. Till this one day when it was a night, actually at nighttime,
so
where
you were living together and in a relationship.
yeah, we're still in the
Okay.
relationship. Everything was super solid. I mean, like she's the best relationship I had at that point. Uh, You know, I'm only like 19 or 20, and we had uh, whatever. I knew her pretty well, so I could tell if something was off, for instance. You know, so she was acting funny, and I, I got to the point where I asked her. I said that, you know, is something wrong? You know, and and she wouldn't tell me. She was like clammed up, and I kept prodding. I could tell, okay, there's something heavy's going on, and so I did my best to like get it out of her. Finally, she revealed to me that she was going to kill herself right then, and um, I mean, I could say like internally, I mean, I remember it really well. I didn't know what to do. You know, I just, I'm kind of like struggling between trying to be there for her and, but I didn't necessarily.
It's a hard reality to even accept.
It's a very hard
That
reality.
that
It's
kind
a
of
very
situation.
tricky thing to be confronted in the now, you know, like, and I'm sitting across with her. I'm looking at her eye to eye. She's telling me this, and she's talking about her. So, long story short, she watched her mom kill her dad with a gun when she was very young, and she is traumatized by this, and the so that's like part of her, you know, trauma makeup story, like the part of what made her who she, because it happened when she was so young. I think she was only like 4 or something like that. Anyway, watched her
It's
mom
interesting
kill
because,
her dad with a gun, so she has this trauma plays over in her mind all the time, and she's like, her dad sounded like a really cool guy too, but whatever. They were obviously a volatile relationship between her mom and her dad, and then it turned out to where, you know, he had given her the gun, her mom, and she shot him with it. It must have been, he was probably abusing her. Anyway, so my girlfriend Christina, she's like super identifying with her dad, kind of more than her mom, and she's just really feeling like she wants to go meet him. I guess you could say, you know, and so
it
I,
sounds to me from a psychological standpoint that she viewed herself through the lens of identity coming from her mother and felt a sense of responsibility for his death as a result
yeah.
and
Well, she even
was,
had to testify in court.
yeah, so she probably
Uh,
felt guilty
so
both for the persecution of her mother and the death of her father
yes, totally.
simultaneously and had
That's
nowhere
that's
to,
exactly
to
part of it, right?
process that. So
So
yeah.
in the context of this conversation, which was ongoing, I mean, it took hours to get to this point. Basically, I convinced her that I would do it with her. It's the only way I could kind of like find her middle ground, or where she was like was
Yeah,
opening up to me.
meeting her where she was at.
So I said, okay, I'll do this with you. And so we drove to the local Rite Aid or CVS or whatever, or it was Thrifty drugstore, and she went in to go buy some whatever pills of something that she was going to take for both of us, you know. And while she did that, I went to the payphone and I called the 911. And I didn't tell her, you know. So we
Yeah.
drove back to the house, and we're just about the point where she's getting ready to take it. And it, I mean, I thought in my mind, like, she doesn't really want to do this, but like, and then I also kind of was a little shocked, like, she's down to take me down with her. Okay, but I'm just gonna, this is my only way I see through this, you know. So
Well, if you
as
can't
she's
value your own
literally
life,
holding,
you
no, right, exactly. And I
yeah.
recognize that. I was like, I'm totally open to how this is going to pan out. I care about her enough. I think this is the right move. And so by the time she's just literally got the stuff in her hand and she's getting ready to take it, and I'm kind of trying to like stall her a little bit, you know, and because I didn't really want to die in that moment, actually.
Right.
And and all of a sudden there's sirens, you know, coming up, and her eyes like turn just like giant saucers, and she looks at me like, holy shit. She kind of puts two and two together, you know, like, did you call the cops, you know, or you called the 911 or something? And I'm like, yeah, they're here. She was so mad at me. Like, she was just livid mad at me. And she like hit me a couple times. She was really, really pissed that I went and opened the door for the, paramedics, ambulance, whoever it was. Um, she had taken the stuff just right then. So then they took her to the hospital. And then she didn't want me in the ambulance, so she made me stay there. And a couple of my other friends that we were all good friends, tight, they went to go see her there. They didn't want me to show up, so I mean, she didn't, so they wouldn't allow me in. And
From my experience, any person that actually conveys clearly that they're contemplating taking, taking themselves out of the picture, um, they're reaching out for help. And
that's what I thought. Yeah.
I know this for a fact because I'm a person that went through with it. And my biggest fear at that point was anybody knowing what I was doing, because that would take away from me being successful. So I did it, and I think I had the reaching out part in me come out after I did it, because there's a level of power and control involved, which is probably why she was so angry, is her own power and control to take her own life she felt was taken away from her by you. Eventually she'll get past that,
Well, no,
or
she
she'll be,
did, but we broke up, so that was it for us, right? Like that, we broke
yeah,
up, we moved
that's a
out,
traumatic experience for you
and
to
I
be
had my
tethered to.
friend, like a couple of my friends, the ones who went there, they like turned against me for what I couldn't even figure that out, but like whatever, I'm like, I knew that I did the right thing, or at least I felt like I did. And anyway, long story short, eventually she found me again, and we never talked about it. We never mentioned that at all. But even though I've kind of like lost touch with her, she lives down south, and she has a kind of a bizarre job where she works for one of those dildo making companies, and uh,
So
she,
the person that I called and I say saved my life. We ended up reconnecting years down the road and talking and stuff, but that was also a topic that was unspokenly off the table, where we didn't. I think at one point I just kind of put it out there that I apologized for putting her through that. It was kind of a quick understanding that she had already processed it enough to be back in contact with me and stuff, and there was a huge level of forgiveness and understanding she gave. But other than that, it was just not something that we fixated on, and because of that, we could stay friends. In fact, in 2019, in September, there was a conversation about potentially pursuing a dating relationship between us. And I committed suicide in 2002. So 17 years later,
well,
and I think there's a lot of appreciation now looking back to the fact that we didn't pursue a relationship, and the reasons at the time were distance between us, and she was pretty ingrained in where she was and what she was doing where she was living on the coast. I was pretty committed and dedicated to raising my kids here around Yosemite, keeping them in school and stuff. So there was a distance and direction type of thing, even though for me, in my approach to relationships, it's like the type of career that I have or the job that I have, I could really pursue anywhere. I don't need a specific geographic location for that. So it's not a deterrent for a relationship. For me, what matters is the level of commitment of the other person. If it's a 100% commitment, then I'm going to be more likely to move to a different area. Um, but we didn't quite get that far. And my ex at the time came back into the picture just after that. And the real reason I think we didn't pursue that dating part of the relationship is that I think we knew that parts of our friendship would be on the line in doing that. And I think there was a fear present pursuing that, and also the question mark of how much we may have changed from the person that we knew so long ago we were very close to.
Sure.
And well, when I reflected upon that, I noticed she's still the same person. The way she talks, her views, her values, her core self, it's all the same person, which is why I'm able to maintain those feelings for so long. And me at my core, I'm also the same person. I just had to go back through the layers of my experiences and my ego to go back to being that person from the inside expressed outwardly without the layers of ego filter.
Well, and
And
sometimes we're not supposed to have these. Sometimes just coming back together, like so, me and that other girl. It's. I felt like she never said. We never talked about it again, but I know she forgave me because she. I know she was having a happy life, and she could express in the now. And we kind of talked a little bit about like getting together a little bit, but it was really not on the table as far as. I mean, I just saw us as different people in the. I never did anything wrong in that relationship. I never had any problems, and so it was like the whole thing that transpired. It was just part of her path, and her getting through the problems, her resentments with her mom and the thing that she had experienced, and
yeah, it actually
she had to
reminds
go through
me
all
of
that, and it's like that was just an important time of her life to go through that, and that is what it is, and
my recent inner type of conflict, um, where, because maybe the core values of a person or the essence of a person who they, really are doesn't change, but the layers of the external, especially wounds and trauma, can be presented in the way, or
well, like
yeah, in the
what
way.
was the word that you used for the different astrology charts relating to each other? I can't remember what that was.
Synastry.
What was it?
Synastry.
Yeah, the synastry. Yeah, it's. I think that there's something to that with us being on different paths for different choices, or even the septa, whatever part of the things where the unlearned lessons that you're never supposed to learn for your particular path, and how those things can also be out of alignment. And I do
Well,
think there's
it
something to
just
that.
well, so what I'm implying is that as those layers of the life experience can be shed or dealt with or changed, then the person's behavior can change, and that's why I have this conflict that presented itself in seeing those posts that my ex put up, because it even made me question if it was actually her. The writing
Oh,
style is
sure.
the
Yeah.
writing style is the same, but like looking back at the person
I mean, it
that
might
I
not even
knew,
be.
well, I mean, it's every single post that's there, there's a like kind of deep correlation to exclusive experiences that
Uh,
her and I had. So, I mean, unless she went and opened up to somebody about me quite extensively, they wouldn't have the subject matter to present. And it is written like she would write it. uh, but what is so drastically different is like she had this whole thing of not taking pictures of herself, not posting pictures, not expressing any kind of depth of emotion in her posts, and remaining detached. And so there was this huge aversion to putting that she was in a relationship on Facebook, or a huge, like, she never directly posted tagging me or expressing affection or anything like that. And like, even taking the picture that she posted of us together, that was like Valentine's Day kind of thing, that was kind of like a big deal to even get a picture of us together. So the fact that she's posting publicly a picture of us together and then saying, the stuff that she's saying is in direct contradiction of how she was before. And I even at the time perceived that the issues she had with posting pictures and being open about her vulnerabilities and being emotional was a result of experiences wounding her and hurting her. And so it indicates to me that there could have been some growth, and removing a layer at least, and being able to say, I here I am with this person, and this is a person that I have cared about enough to write these things I'm writing. And at the same time, looking at the way she wrote it, she's also in a way apologizing, which is a huge kind of step without being prompted. She's apologizing in a way, and she's taking self accountability in her own vulnerability and saying, I'm not ready, and dealing with the confrontation of conflicts of you, and my idea of you is something that is difficult for me. And there is a huge humbling kind of vulnerability in her doing that she never displayed before. It was like she was always protecting her ego before, but now she's okay with her inner self having some vulnerability. And that's, to me, why it's such a big deal. If she was posting, you know, Fire is such a terrible person and he's this and that, like, that's fine. I totally get it. Same old, same old. You got to be a victim until you confront your trauma. And, when I talk to some of my friends about coming across that post and it bringing up these things, because I never stopped caring about a person once, like, I love you. I don't know if I told you that before, but I do. Um, I love everybody universally and unconditionally, but then once I connect with a person on some kind of personal or personally relatable level, then that love grows from the shared experience and the connection. So I love you, you know. And that doesn't stop. So I've never stopped loving her. I've just recognized where how I loved her hurt me, and how much I opened myself up to take in the experience of her projecting her woundings at me was too much for me, and it would build up in me. And I have used the term narcissist to describe her. So we were having conflicts and stuff, and I start looking up the things I'm experiencing, and over and over and over again, it comes back to narcissist. And so at some point I ascribed that to her, and saying and I feel terrible about it, because it portrays a person in such a negative way that even one of my friends said, once a narcissist, always a narcissist. There's nothing you can do about it. And I'm like, that doesn't sit right with me. And then another really, really good friend who's just very open in their thoughts and understanding of logic, she said, once a person confronts that trauma that's causing narcissistic traits, then it can be alleviated to whatever extent that person goes to dealing with it.
Absolutely. And that's why actually, I mean, honestly, any psychological diagnosis is so it's such a thin veil of truth in it, because of that factor. I think that there's this need in psychological medicine, if you could even call it that, to validate diagnoses, right? Like I just watched this bizarre show, really good, about um, some person who uh, has multiple personality disorders, and it's like takes place in the 70s, and it has to do with the psychologist who diagnoses them for the first time and actually gets them off from their death sentence, for after they uh, go through this violent act that they
Rehabilitation.
do. And but one of the things I notice about, I've always had this feeling, like the problem with psychological diagnoses in general is they've always suffered from this problem of trying to label somebody something that they only are that way, or that also that uh, like that. like a certain precondition, it had to exist for them to be that way. So like in the show, it was you had to have had a sexual abuse trauma to prove that you were a multiple personality disorder. And I would argue that's obviously not true. But also, as it relates to somebody fixing themselves, this is the problem I've always had with the concept of Alcoholics Anonymous. While I see value in it, they do this really bizarre thing, which I personally think is a total misstep, which is to re-say your self-diagnosis, to say I'm an alcoholic. Or,
Yeah,
to even do it in the beginning of their sessions, right, where they say, "Hi, I'm Isaac, and I'm an alcoholic," and it's like that just reinforces
yeah,
their
reaffirming
trauma
the
bond,
condition.
right? Instead of like saying, "Hey, you actually have the power to get through this,"
Well, see, that's
by
where,
saying I'm not an alcoholic, and actually declaring it because of the power of the word, and
well, but see, that's where in the prescription of a meaning comes into play. So prior to Alcoholics Anonymous, maybe their view, or probably, most probably, their view of alcoholic was somebody that constantly drinks and cannot stop, is incapable of not drinking. And then when they go to Alcoholics Anonymous, what they start doing is changing their perception of what an alcoholic is from somebody that cannot drink, but to somebody that chooses not to drink because they know that they have a inclination to or a predisposition to not be able to control or handle themselves once they start. And when they look at it from that perspective, then they can still free themselves from the act of drinking by claiming it, and then they're just changing the prescription of what it means to them. Where a lot of people just carry the connotation of an alcoholic is somebody that has to drink and is always drinking, and they're in that category and within the boundaries of the prescription or description of what that is means they are drinking.
no, I get that completely. And my point though is that, well, I understand, like most people that are at Alcoholics Anonymous are in that boat where that is the right prescription for them. But what I'm talking about is if you really, this is where all the books on enlightenment or all this kind of self empowerment, self help things all come into a singular position, a singular prescription for how you change yourself. And the way you do that is by declaring the reality. It's the fake it till you make it concept. You have to actually pretend to yourself that you're not that thing if you really want to get through it to where you're not, right? You actually,
Well,
it's even,
or
that's part of the
it's
change, right? That's also why somebody can not become, that's why labeling people like a narcissist isn't always right. Like people still have the opportunity to change. Who knows where they're at on their particular path if that's going to be the apex of their understanding at that point in time where they get to cross over that and then go down the hill from the
so
other
I
side of allowing themselves to just become who they really want to be,
so
right?
I very severely resisted coming to give a diagnosis to to this ex. And like I said, it was just because I kept looking up things that I was experiencing, just general descriptions of our interactions. And I even cut and pasted, and I even asked AI about it just to reaffirm that it was in alignment with narcissistic behaviors. But that doesn't necessarily mean a person's stuck in being a narcissist. So, the idea that and so like we were talking about with Alcoholics Anonymous, and that when you were talking about that kind of reaffirmation of condition, I am an alcoholic, you're reaffirming that condition. Like I totally get it how that could be unhealthy, especially if you're embracing the part of seeing being an alcoholic is I have to drink. If you're embracing that, that's negative, and affirming it is harmful. And when you brought that up, it's interesting because it made me wonder, What about if there was a trans anonymous? Um,
Well, there is. It's and
right
they're
now,
actually doing that. That's when we affirm their you are trans or you are that thing. I mean, they're basically it's that's why they need that affirmation from everyone else is because they're
yeah,
doing that to
but see,
themselves. You know what I'm saying?
but they're but they're like alcoholics that choose to keep drinking because they don't see uh, a a healing, in their lifestyle or their views and beliefs and their thoughts and feelings about themselves
Well, I mean,
to
but
change
if
that.
there is a small distinction between just recognizing that, oh, I'm okay with feeling like I'm a man stuck in a woman's body or whatever. And that's just a feeling that I have, but I literally I'm okay also with being a man, right?
So
And
there's
that's
an
different
inner,
than saying I am a woman or whatever, which is
in,
what I am an alcoholic is that's the connection I would
in
draw to that, right? Which
the commonality between the two conditions is a recognition of something unsettling or something that they haven't confronted and come to terms with about themselves. And where an alcoholic would say, I'm going to go to the external, the alcohol, because I'm not confronting this issue within me. And the same exact thing would be true in the case of a person, you know, it's a matter of compulsion to act. So each person would have a compulsion to act. One person would be compelled to drink and the other person would be compelled to change their appearance and their interaction with the world to reflect an identity that appeals to them because it in some way remediates an internal trauma or issue that a person has with themselves or their life and how they interact with others. And that general description can apply to both the alcoholic and the trance, where they're trying to escape. And oftentimes, and if you study, a lot of the modern studies that are going on with trans individuals, a great majority of them are on depressants. They're taking
of
SSIs or
course.
they're drinking heavily or have a lot of drug usage, and it really just reflects an inner uh, mental condition. And going back to psychology
But
and
also almost
you
like a medical condition for society itself, like the fact that
well,
society allows that to be a recourse for dealing with it instead of just, I mean, not that, I mean, obviously you have more experience than this than I do, but just the concept of, I think of having so many fatherless children, whether, or just the dynamic in families being so overwhelmingly broken, and then using drugs as a supplement for that, or as a, like almost like an
so the
excuse.
right, and so earlier you pointed out rightly an inaccuracy in belief that has to do with psychology and the practice of psychology. Psychiatry, in particular, is fucking terrible.
It's
Um,
horrific,
yeah, it really is.
actually.
And because what I'm getting at is that psychology is undeniably tethered to one's spirituality. And oftentimes it's interesting the dynamic of the relationship where if a person's psychology is affected by an experience or event, we'll call it trauma, it can be positive or it can be negative. Most of the time people focus on the negative, but there's certainly positive trauma, and the result of that positive trauma is going to be projected and reflected in their behavior and their growth and things like that. But similar for negative, we focus on negative because it creates suffering, and it's suffering we want to overcome within ourselves. And uh, a lot of that in terms of our personal experience comes down to a spiritual type of center. And it's present even with atheists, agnostics, and any person with any kind of perception or value or worldview. Um, and it's the where also spiritually an experience spiritually can affect a person's psychology, and who they are is kind of a combination of both of those things. It's like the melding of consciousness and cognitivity, where we were talking about that earlier, where there's the spiritual, we'll call that consciousness, and then there's the mental, and we'll call that cognitivity. So, or psychology, and so when we look at these situations like you described, growing up without a father, there's, I think, a spiritual implication there of something not experienced by the child spiritually, on a spiritual level, that also has a major factor in psychology. And
Exactly.
I think for a lot of people, one of the reasons why pursuing psychology alone is not actually effective in treating them is because it is so tethered to their spirituality and the core of their spiritual identity. And one of the reasons why I love Christianity is because it allows a person to recognize the ugly of themselves and accept it. And it's okay. It's okay that I am who I am. There's a conflict in right or wrong in what I believe and how it comes out, but this gives me the empowerment. And then, we've talked about that, the responsibility to do something about it. So this, my response literally to that person that said, narcissism is permanent, can't be treated, good luck with being positive, kind of fuck off. I know that person's a Christian. And my response to her was, I said, so you mean like sin, right?
Yeah, good one.
It's incurable,
Yeah.
like sin, right? So I'm like, and her response to that was, I don't want to argue. And it's like, but I didn't argue. I just actually related it to something in the realm of where we can both have an understanding that we're all afflicted by sin, and we're all afflicted by what it feels like to have a negative trauma experience, and then in not having the awareness of how it's coming back out of you and how it lives inside of you, and not dealing with that, can create narcissistic traits. And then the indulgences of sin. And it's not explicitly, written out in the Ten Commandments, but loving thy neighbor as thyself, right? That's an interesting concept, because if you don't love yourself properly, you can't love your neighbor properly. And part of the course of coming to loving yourself properly is accepting the unconditional love of Jesus, where it is okay to recognize those ugly parts of yourself, those parts of yourself you wish you could detach from. But the truth is, if you detach yourself from your own awareness of the ugliness of your own inner woundings that drives you, you are also separating yourself from the empowerment that comes with it to do something about it and change how it affects you in the course of your life. And it's interesting because there's people that are, they're gay, and they say they're gay and they came to Christ, and they're still gay, and they're repenting by not pursuing relationships with men. It doesn't mean that they're pursuing relationships with women. It just means that they are recognizing something as ugly within themselves. Now, they see it as ugly. Nobody's telling them it's ugly. They themselves, because they are in alignment with Christian values, believe that their gayness is a sin. And because of that, they're choosing to do something about it. Now, if they didn't have any kind of moralistic awareness that's axiomatically based on the authority of religion and morality, then they would be free from it to be gay and not feel anything about it. But something drives them from the inside to feel that it is not right for them. And so what they're doing is they're confronting themselves. They're accepting they're feeling this way, and in repenting, what they're doing is in this empowerment, they're becoming aware and doing something about it. And it's interesting because when they change their behavior, they feel better about it. And as they heal, at some point, a lot of times they come to the point, it could take years, could take months, depends on the person, but they come to the point where they say, in tracing back this compulsion for sin, I can center in on these experiences that are not sexual in nature, but are relationship based, or something that I emotionally or spiritually attached to caused a severe wound, in which drove me in this direction to compensate for it. And I've done a lot of research, spent a lot of time investigating the world of sexual kinks, sexuality, and stuff like that to confirm for me that there's a lot of truth to that. To where if somebody has a compulsion to do a certain kind of sex act through talking it out and going and asking the right questions, going back, you can actually come to a source, a point in their life where that manifested in them as a result of experience, either psychological trauma, spiritual revelation, or something of that
Of
nature.
course,
And
and that has to do with the thing though about the concept of Jesus mentioning love your neighbor as yourself. I mean, because when the concept of neighbor really is a metaphor for everyone, and it's the relationship that where we have to ourself that this is why I mentioned the family unit being such an important concept of teaching the youth to love themselves, because sometimes we do things like the end result, if you're a father for instance, the end result of what you want for your kids is the ultimate goal. It's not how they get there necessarily, right? So that it's kind of like the concept of a white lie, or like or being brutally honest about certain things where it has to do with the reflection of our inner core self, because the if somebody ends up not getting that type of balancing love through their family, where like they're willing to even tell them truth when it's uncomfortable, or sometimes even lie when it's more the end result down the road. It's like there's a subtle teaching deep in there about loving them so much that they're willing to do anything. You see what I'm saying? Where it doesn't matter if it's a lie or the truth, because the end result of teaching the person to self love themselves is that core philosophy that underlies parenthood in that goal, I would
yeah,
say,
I mean,
of because if you
it
don't love yourself, then you end up with these problems where your sexual understanding of yourself. That's obviously a major one of today, and I can draw a direct connection between that and this family unit problem that we're having overall, right? And so it's like there's a because we're getting an imbalanced um, love
right. So
and
the
unstructured love where we can't feel it and we don't know, and because it doesn't have the masculine and feminine and both qualities in balance with each other, that
man, you
this
are touching on some like
leads to the core
core.
self understanding of ourself. So that because if we can just get to that, then we end up with a really truly deep understanding of and also a flexibility of
And you
who
don't
we
have
are.
kids, right?
I don't. I wish I did.
So, you describing these things, I mean, you are hitting on some huge core aspects of what it is to be a parent, and the delicate, I mean, there's it's like if you love something, you take care of it, right? So, what's this outcome? And that's really the question. What's this outcome? And
The outcome is self love.
well, for some parents, they don't give a shit if their kids love themselves. They just care if they're successful in material means, and so
Yeah, that's missing the
they'll
point entirely. Probably, I
it
think,
is,
but
but well, so for me as a parent, and talking about a kid and questioning their sexuality and stuff like that, and me being a parent having gone through that, there is a very, very delicate balance. And I remember many times coming to the point where it's like I'm Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, because I'm both the mother and the father to my children. So when you talked about the masculinity and the femininity, it's like you're right on point there. And for me, not having the feminine co-parent involved to as a genuine selfless parent to their child, I have to try to embody both and provide the structure and the nurturing and the compassion and the understanding, the empathy and all of these things, but at the same time provide structure. and there's a cognitive dissonance that occurs as a parent,
Of course.
and just in, like confronting my child about if they may have these inclinations to believe that they're trans. And so then I ask questions, and I look at the overall conditions that could be causing these thoughts. And I'm like, well, you're surrounded by people at school that are projecting this as how you should see yourself. And so there's influence there. There's influence in social media.
Dude, it goes
And
back
then,
also to the medical thing that we were talking about diagnoses and the attachment to diagnoses. I was just watching a thing yesterday talking about how the actual history of trans diagnoses goes back to a an origin study. God, if I could, it starts with an M. I forgot it now. It's like whatever. It's like one of the very first studies that everybody constantly references in all their, how they have all these like degrees you can get in whatever gender identity or studies, gender studies, right? And the actual they have full courses in college where you could study this stuff, and they reference this one particular study that's like from the early 70s or late 60s, where um, it was a totally controlled outcome study. The it's literally like a manufactured, it has to do with somebody's ego who was involved in this thing and creating this thing. They made their whole name around it, and then of course you can never go back on this stuff that people reference it as if it's like some kind of debunking, right? Oh no, here, this proves that this is a reality because this guy studied it and he's got this documentation, when there's ways to come through mathematical type of uh, mathematical equations, right, and mathematical proofs that prove certain things, which totally are false and contradictory to reality, right? Like there's actually a mathematical study that proves that a sphere can balance on a razor blade, right? But if you just try and balance a sphere on a razor blade, it's impossible. But there's a mathematical study that proves that it is possible, and the concept is that you can
sure, under
have
the
these
right
studies that actually.
physical in the right physical conditions, I mean, there can't be any wind. There's force resistance and stuff like that. That all comes into play. But there is a mathematical computation that could exact
Right,
the
exactly. And that's
formula
the
for that
point
to happen.
being that these mathematical studies are unreliable.
Yeah, it's
They can,
totally unrealistic for those conditions to actually
to
exist, where you're
exist.
going to,
Exactly.
yeah, place a sphere and it's going to balance on a razor's edge. But it is theoretically possible. So that's where you have to look at, just because something is possible doesn't make it true. And looking at the
Exactly.
discernible variables in facts, in evidence that demonstrate what is true. And then behind that, there is some other mathematical formula which will prove that truth as well. Because all math is moving numbers around until they make sense to us at a level where we accept it.
Totally.
And that's
And it
the,
kind of comes back to the double slit experiment too, and just we can observe. I mean, just our observation creates an end result in the scientific facts of what we get back. And so, I mean, it's quite obvious that this is where it comes back to the intention thing of what I was saying, right? So if we have a good intention, we're actually doing a scientific study on ourselves where the end result is tied in with our good intention. So, and that's why I think that comes back to self love in a weird way, because if we have and teach our kids, I mean, you can't teach them everything. You can, guide them with a certain couple of things that, like, look both ways before you cross the road, because just in case there's a car coming. But once you set them free into the world, they need to have a whole balance of things to actually get through this life, right? It's not just that one learning, it's many, many other learnings that all stack up to teach good guidance. And then so that once they're free and on their own, and I think this all ends up coming back to what I'm talking about intention and creating good intention, which a lot of that comes from the balance between masculine and feminine, because if we understand that they both need to exist, this is my only problem really with feminism, is where it's like it really just wants to nowadays just dominate men. That's what the whole concept appears to manifest as. Like they just want to take the dominance away from men and be the dominant
Well,
ones.
that's not feminism. So what's happening like with Alcoholics Anonymous, what we've rebranded, and we're re-prescribing a new definition for feminism, in particular in the last 7, 8 years, that is demonstrating something that is actually contradictory to its core value
Oh,
from
absolutely.
its
That's
from
not,
its
and that's
creation.
exactly what I'm saying. Really, it's
And
just
so,
it's.
that's just like I want to abolish the use for myself, and I encourage it for others to abolish the use of the idea and what the idea of hate speech is becoming. I'd like to do the same thing with feminism and not refer to it that way anymore, but through course correction, correcting the language, say this is anti-feminism. We should call it what it is. And similar to that, I was reading this anarchism book, which is really cool because it's kind of like an outward perception of anarchy, and not being biased about it one way or the other, but more just observing it and kind of observing the leftist mentality being very anarchist. And where they're prescribing fascism to conservatism, then it's prescribing anarchism to leftism, and they actually kind of fall hand in hand, where fascism exists within anarchism to a very specific degree of the individual being the only important thing. Um, and so, in looking
Well, no, and here
at
I think also though we still have to be able to judge things. We still have to be able to say because we're judging good from evil, we're judging right from wrong. So we have to recognize like the difference. I think what you're saying about feminism is that feminism and femininity are very different things, right? And the feminism as a
well,
movement where it takes on an ideology of trying to become masculinity in and of itself, that's essentially wrong. That's a
so
mistake, and
the
so we have to be able to understand it and call it out. That's okay though. That's not calling femininity bad. And the feminine
so
traits, the feminine archetype is a crucial component of life, right? Like, so I think everybody does that when I talk about feminism. I mention that, like, then they'll start talking about feminine traits or femininity, and that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm just talking about replacing masculinity with femininity in a way, or taking on the masculinity and then trying to pretend like it's all because of some kind of oppression from toxic masculinity. And and really you should, I think that, to be more accurate, we should call it masculinism or something like that, because you just don't see that, because it's almost like those two for the other side just get conflated together. Whereas the real delineation is to
the
understand
issue
that the history of it has created a problem, and then just to be able
the
to call it out.
well, I mean, just to go to the foundation. This is the simplest form that I've found to help find clarity in it. Is So we have femininity and masculinity, and we'll consider them polarities, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so in being um, polarities, we apply equality to the term feminism, and which implies equality to femininity, but that's not the case in what feminism actually is. It's only one side of the equation. So and I realize the attempt in terms of the social movement was to bring about equality by giving more recognition to feminist qualities or feminine qualities, in the balancing function of relationships and human interactions in society, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What needs to be understood is that in the realm of masculine and feminine, the equality exists between them. And when you look at
I
equal being
totally agree. We're in
a
agreement on that.
symbol, yeah, so if you look at equal being a symbol of balance, then there's not an implied truth that each side of this equation has the same
Well, equal is a
member.
mathematical term,
Exactly,
actually. So it's
exactly.
not
But
that's why I
but
prefer
no, no, no.
egalitarianism, because
But what
that's
I'm
a more accurate concept that feminism chooses
well
to
no.
try and
So
create, right?
But well, no. So it's exactly what I was just saying. On each side of the equation, we're not seeing the same exact numbers. Not we're not seeing the same variables and components. We're seeing different variables and components because if we had
Of
one plus
course.
one on one side and then we had an equal sign and then we had one plus one on the other side, it's just the exact same thing. Well,
Well, you could do one
masculinity.
plus one and then two minus, I mean, three minus one, right?
No,
You
no,
could put an
no, no, no,
equal
no.
sign
But
between those two, and that makes sense. That's perfect, right?
right, but if you have one plus one on one side and then again on the other side one plus one, then you're representing that both are exactly the same, and that's why they're equal. But in the case that it's three minus one, then we're recognizing that there's differences between the two sets of numbers, the variables that come together to create the whole on each side of the equation, and they balance each other out. And that is a more accurate depiction of masculinity and femininity having balance, is where they're different numbers and they're different qualities and traits, which, when measured against each other, are equal. It's a matter of application, just like any equation that a person does. If they start giving more and more value signatures to the feminine side, what's going to happen is it's not actually going to balance out. So there's a difference between the math as it's perceived and then the math as it's enacted. And by acting, we create more variables and more information on either side.
Well, Ian, no,
So,
no, I mean, we're just talking semantics here because we're both saying the same thing. I'm talking about how
yeah,
it relates to the three laws of logic, right? So because you wouldn't, like, for instance, this is why I said you don't put one plus one equals one plus one or whatever because of the
exactly.
law
Yeah.
of identity, right? You need to define the law of identity is the first law of logic. It's important to have the identity for to be able to communicate the reality, and that's why it has a mathematical function to it, right? And then it relates
Right.
also
Now,
to the law of non-contradiction, right? Where and the I mean the all and the law of excluded middle, all three of them, they all kind of relate in this way of why you could use um, uh, a non-contradiction, like you would say, one plus one equals three minus one, right? Because that it's like uh, the law of non-contradiction saying that, well, they end up at the same result because if you any other reality other than three minus any other number would not equal that number. And then, but my point just being, like, it's just semantics. I mean, there obviously is some kind of identity involved in the difference between masculinity and femininity. And my whole point is just to say that we're they're both
well,
beautiful. They're
it's
both beautiful in and of themselves, and it's kind of
absolutely.
allowing them to be what they actually are. It's not like I'm
Yeah.
against feminism, right? I'm like, because I mean the core of it, of where it came from, is I'm in 100% agreement with, right? It's only just
Well,
the
so it's to
modern
give credit.
manifestation of it that's becomes
It's to give
contradictory.
credit in a societal kind of conceptual means. It's to give credit to the idea that there are different components in masculinity and femininity that balance each other out when they're applied correctly. But anytime you start messing with that equation where they don't balance each other out, then you don't actually have equality, and your system is going to reflect something different. And that doesn't mean that, so like one by one, or one plus one on one side and one plus one on the other side. The reason why that contradiction can't exist is because the two are the same and cannot exist separately of themselves because they're exactly the same. It's the variations which create equality, or the diversity which creates equality, that makes it a functioning equation. And in society, all we have to do is figure out the application of the inherent values of masculinity and femininity that creates
Totally,
an actual successful
we're
balance.
in
And
total
that's
agreement on that. I think that for me the only difference is actually recognizing that I mean, even if you look at the statistics on men and women of population, that we're 51% women, and this goes to a fundamental realization I had about the yin yang. and the yin yang representing all duality of the whole universe. And but the real thing that's apparent in the yin yang diagram, right, is that it actually represents motion, and the motion relates directly to the concept of push and pull. And what creates the motion? I would say it relates almost directly to the concept of the way yin and yang interact with each other. And at least if you look at population amounts, the fact that there's 51% women in the world compared to 49% men, where they just slightly outnumber us or whatever. And I think that's a reflection of the movement inside this polarity. That the movement is what creates all things. And in that way, it requires something to be, whether you want to think of it as pushing or pulling, almost doesn't matter. One is working slightly more, just ever so infinitesimally slightly. And maybe it's even more like a irrational number, right? I mean, that would make the most sense to me. Something that's there's like a number up there somewhere above 50%. That's a little
Yeah,
bit like
that's the
pushing the
missing component from the balancing other side.
yes, exactly. And so it's like as if kind of like a pendulum swinging or something. It's like pushing it one way, but because it's a circle, or because it's these two things are perfectly interacting with each other as dual polarities, as the one pushes around, the other one's drawn into the next zone. And so it doesn't really matter whether it's pushing or pulling. They
Well,
both
that's
need to be
the
there, but yet it's also there's an inherent imbalance inside that creates the
yep.
motion.
It's the causality of time as we perceive
Totally.
it.
It's totally time, bro. Yeah,
And
exactly.
if we go back to looking at time as a singular rather than a whole bunch of broken up components, then there is a balancing uh, function in this equation. It just hasn't been applied yet, and
Yeah,
that's the
well, and it's
interesting
just taking that
thing.
step back. So taking this step above, it's like Alan Watts says, you could be the artist painting the picture of the landscape, or you could be the artist painting the picture of the artist painting the picture of the landscape, or you can be the artist painting the picture of the artist painting the picture of the artist painting the landscape. And then, and actually, you can end up doing that infinite times up above yourself or up above everything that you're looking at. And in a way, our mind is like uh, uh, it's like a problem, right? Like it's unfortunate that we suffer from this condition of seeing ourselves in a way. It's a type of suffering, and because it's just you're going to be more present if you're just the artist painting the picture of the landscape. And as you start to witness yourself, well, same thing for any scientific observation, just the observation itself takes you out of the being in it, and it's a type of suffering in a way, right? Just that's why all the sigma people are like suffer more than other people, and it's this
Well,
kind of
the
concept
interesting
of looking at yourself too much.
well, the interesting thing is that suffering only exists in the separation of self. So
Totally, exactly.
if you
It's back
if
to the
you
Buddhist concept.
yeah, if you lose your identity and you give it up, then what happens is you are not a self, you are everything. Becoming everything then implies that you can't even experience suffering because you don't have an identity from which to experience suffering. And that frees yourself literally from the constraints of uh, the human perspective of, for example, I invested a bunch of time and energy into a relationship. It didn't work out. Because of that, I'm suffering. But if you take the self and you remove it from having any attachment to investing time or anything like that, and it's just this happened, then there's absolutely no reason to suffer over it. And
Right, but the
it's
knowledge of that is a suffering. So it's like the concept. That's why I think meditation is what it is. It's more about emptying the mind than it is by accepting non-attachment or something like that. It's a pretty deep
well,
concept,
yeah,
though, right? And this kind of comes back to our masculine feminine thing, which is just accepting that we're in a pendulum swing of reality right now, where things might be mislabeled, and it's to like I mean, it's like when somebody's abusing you, you know, if somebody, there's a point where you just, I mean, you can sit there and fight back, you know, but what's the more powerful response if somebody's abusing you? And to be abused and be the victim is a somewhat of a masculine and feminine duality, whatever you want to call it. It's but there's a way of looking at it through that lens. But the way of rising above in that situation is to walk away. And if you,
The the interesting thing is like I reject the idea or the concept of victimhood outright because when you do dissolve that identity, there is no victim.
yeah, but you have to have
And
the law of identity as the first law of logic. So it's like to even recognize that there, you just have to understand that
the
that
reason
that
why the law of identity exists is because it's a way to rationalize our concept of reality in a way that's relatable between individuals. I have an identity,
absolutely,
you
it
have,
just means
yeah, yeah.
what, it's how
But
you define what is so that it can't be something else,
but
right? So
logic
that
and
we, everything is not everything in that way, right?
logic in itself and truth in itself is completely devoid of the human experience in every way except for that human experience exists and is a component of truth itself. So, you know, we interject the human condition. And this is why detachment is so bad, and complete detachment is so bad and nihilistic is because it does not account for the human condition where duality is created in the right and wrong, and uh and kind of
Yeah, there's definitely a point. If somebody's stabbing you, you're a victim. I mean, I'm sorry. That's if somebody else is choosing to take that on and they're stabbing you, and you can choose to fight back and be, you know, that's why we have a you
right. And
know, a
that's why
self-defense
detachment
kind of
is
clause
that's
inside
why
our violent
detachment
rules of violence,
is
right?
well,
But
that's why detachment is so crucial and
well, you just said it
harmful.
was you just said that you denied detachment.
Well, no, what I'm doing is I'm saying logic, information, and a mathematical equation itself. The only perspective that accounts for the human condition is coming from a human, where from a star, it's not going to be the same. So what I'm saying is that as people and relating to each other, there has to be a good and bad, where logic in its purity, there is no good or bad. There just is what is.
Right, we're saying
There's
the
no,
same thing in that way. My point is
yeah,
just to
yeah,
say that
exactly.
the power in and of our own understanding, in the case of being stabbed, so somebody comes up, they start stabbing you, the best
Right.
thing you
And that's
can
where
do
we
is
create
walk away. And if people
that's
do this with their words, right? So somebody can stab you and like they really
well,
don't
that's
have any intention of you finding understanding or whatever. The end result,
that's
like if they're going through their own part of their life, and this is kind of my point of why it's okay to walk away from people. The reason I have such a direct understanding of this is because I had a court case happen against me um, with my wife where it was on a holiday. It was like Halloween or something like that. I can't remember which one, and it might have been a different holiday, but I think it was Halloween. And we went to our friend's house. We got super wasted, and then way in the middle of the night, like 3 in the morning, she wanted to go home. So, and our car was like down the road because we couldn't park next to his house because there's so many people that live in that cul-de-sac or whatever. And so we're kind of parked down the road. We walk down there and we get to our car, my car, and and which is parked in front of some other random person's house. And at that point, I realized I can't drive. Like, there's just no way I could legitimately drive. We were like stumbling there, you know, and so I say to my wife, like, "Hey, I can't drive. Let's go back to Clay's house." And so we're sitting there, and she's just like, "No, you have to. You have to drive." And so we get in this big argument. And it's like a drunk argument where we're loud, and she's basically telling me I have to drive home drunk, you know. And I'm like, no. And I just kind of put my foot down. I'm not going to drive home drunk. And she's sitting in the car, and I'm like, let's just go back up to Clay's. Let's go back up to Clay's. And she's screaming at me. She's also really young. She's 16 years younger than me. So she had this, I'm like 37, and she's like, or I think I was 39 at this point. So she would have been 23. And so she's still going through like her young kind of stuff, like the mistakes of youth. She's just this beautiful girl who's like hasn't had to deal with a lot of people telling her no very often. So she's screaming at me, and somebody overhears this conversation from over their fence. They're not even there. They just hear the conversation. And as we basically I get her out of the car or whatever. I like trick her to get out of the car, and then I lock the doors on the car and I just walk away. So while all that was happening, this lady called the cops, who was over the fence, right? So some person called the cops, and based on what happened and transpired there, basically, I mean, my actions were to save our both of our lives, right? But in the context of this legal um, thing that started in that moment. This lady witnessed, she was a witness who called the cops, which started a file, right? They started a report. So the cops actually came out to the thing. I was waiting for my wife to kind of like meet me going back up to our friend's house. And I said, all of a sudden I see the cops drive up, and then I'm like, oh shit, and I'm drunk. And so I hid in a bush. I could kind of see them from about a block away. I hid in a bush, and uh, my wife wasn't there either. It was just my car, right? So they must have met with that lady who was in that house, and I'm just in shock, because I'm like, holy shit, this is like getting serious, I'm really glad I wasn't driving. That's just what I'm thinking to myself. And eventually, I see, it all passes. I see my wife later. We end up, going back to my friend's house where we get better. We drive home. The next day I had work, and I work at this real giant computer software company. And they had like badges to get in, so it's like they keep people outside in the lobby because we're like a credit card safety and stuff. We process credit cards there. And so it's like real high security. Anyway, so all of a sudden I get a call, which anytime you get a call there or somebody's out there, it's like everybody can hear it. So all of a sudden I'm at, and I'm in a high profile position. I'm the creative director there at this place. And so all of a sudden I get a call, via this little intercom thing. Everybody can hear it saying, "Oh, there's the sheriff's out here for you." And it's like, okay, oh fuck. And I'm like running it through my mind. This is going to be from last night. Holy shit. So I go out there, and it turns out, um, that I found out that lady was a witness and had said that I assaulted my wife. And I knew I didn't. I knew that I would, I thought, okay, this is crazy, and I'm like super embarrassed and from my job and stuff like that. And I just tried to kind of hide it from everybody. Of course, everybody knew, and people were probably eavesdropping or whatever else. So this kind of bizarre, super embarrassing thing happened for me. But I just assumed in the back of my mind, because I had gone to court many a time before that for contracts and stuff like that from with my own business. And every time the judge always ruled in my favor. I'd never lost a court case. And so I just kind of assumed like, oh, I'm going to get through this. So I ended up getting a lawyer who was the same lawyer as my wife. And I got forced to go to court. The district attorney actually like took this to court. So I thought, well, this, me and my wife are in agreement. Like, she's not even filing charges against me. It's this lady who like is saying that I assaulted my wife, who heard us arguing. And of course, we were like belligerent together, but my wife was a real violent person. She would like get really violent. So this lady just like projected that as all being my fault, and that I'm the oppressive man, right? And so anyway, I decided, oh, this is going to make sense for me to I'll just get the same lawyer my wife has. And so I go to court, and it's like I had to sign some special waiver because we both had the same lawyer. It's like almost unprecedented. The judge was like, "What the hell is going on?" And I'm thinking, "Oh, I'm going to get through this." After the first court date, it appeared that I'm not going to get through this. That actually, because that lady filed a report, it set the precedent in place that they were going to follow through on this, and her report was enough to make me guilty. And uh, so I was found fucking guilty, bro, for something where I'm trying to save our lives and not drive drunk. They didn't even listen to that part in the court case. I got, because of the way everything in this bizarre masculine feminine thing has come about in the modern era or whatever, by the time it got to court, um, the district attorney had already decided I was guilty, right? And so they do their game that they play, this weird legal game, right? Where it doesn't really, it's like whatever they're in for. If they decide to take it to court, that means they're going to fight to win. So because she had filed a report against me or whatever, and even though I never saw this person, so she could only have been listening behind a fence or something like that, from her front porch. Who knows where she was standing? Um, and never saw anything. I ended up getting found guilty. So then I had to go to this court approved counseling thing or whatever. It was called batterers prevention or whatever. So I end up going to, and it's this big class with all these people. It's all these freaking rapists and guys who are like, yeah, fuck that bitch, man, she deserved it, and all this stuff. And I'm like sitting there going, what the hell am I doing here? And I'm like, I mean, by the time I get there, dude, I'm in total shock because I'm like, I've got to do this for a year, and I'm forced to do all this thing, even though I'm the one who like protected us, kept us from killing ourselves or whatever. And but because I lost in court, I had to go to this batterers prevention. I got a corporal injury. They just said that I injured her or whatever, which never happened. But yet, because of that lady's report or making the report with the cops, that's all that was needed to find me guilty. And so, in that class, it was very apparent that I was not like all these other people. It turned out there was two other guys in the class, almost the same exact thing. There's about 30 of us. All Everyone else was like, they're kind of like rapists and stuff like that, right? But there was these two other guys, and the guy who led the class, who's this really smart dude, he at some point pulled us two other guys aside and he said, "Okay, look, I know you guys don't belong here. I know that you are not like these other guys, and these other guys really need this class, but you guys don't, But you have to keep coming until this thing ends, and so you got to come every week for a year." And so, and he's like, that's not a negotiable thing. But here's what you also have to realize. From now on, because of this happening to you, it doesn't matter whether or not you did it or not. And it doesn't, you could tell us that, you could jump up and down all you want. It doesn't matter that the court, ruled against you even though you were in the right. Because you have this now precedent set in your file, if any other woman comes up to you in any way and assaults you in any, the only thing you can do is walk away. And it was a really hard lesson for me to hear because I knew I was in the right, and but actually and I went to that whole class for a whole year. It was torture, bro. It was like this crazy form of torture of having to do something, and my wife got a little thrill out of it. Let's be honest. So,
The biggest
she did.
misconception about the justice system is that it is implied to um,
Well, it's okay. I mean, I get it. And that's part of my
it's
point is
implied
to recognize
to
that it's a
establish a judicial precedent on right and wrong, and that's not at all what the justice system is about.
well. I
It's
think
all
that
about
this comes back to like the concept of feminism, where the goal of it was to create a type of egalitarianism because there was an imbalance. And in this way, I recognize there was an imbalance with violent, what do you call it, domestic violence offenders. They were predominantly men, and so in that way, these guys could always just rule against men and be mostly correct. However, it started to evolve in a way where they're just going. The district attorney makes money off of me, right? It's like I had to pay restitution, but it's not restitution for. Basically, you're just paying the court, right? So like they made money off of me for by finding
Now
me
you're getting
guilty, and in the way that the guy taught me
now
this
you're getting
thing.
to the morally distinctive parameters of the justice system, which is money. It's a
Yes.
its institution was originally established to regulate personal property and things like that. And so tort claims were in fact, it's one of the smallest areas of law in terms of actual harm, um, where the person is considered. But other than that, it's all about monetary policy. So, and trust me, I went through a similar experience while having children and know the full depth of the legal situation.
So
What you're
my whole point is
describing
just to
is,
say that was a good lesson that I learned from that guy. So if I took anything away from that experience, it was that it is okay to walk away. And actually, from in my particular case, it's not even just okay; it's a necessity because of this bizarre
well,
precedent
right,
in my
for
own life that was
self-preservation.
set that I have to do that, or else it's going to be 10 times worse the next time it happens. Not because of me being in the wrong. So it doesn't even matter if I'm wrong or right. Like, so, and that's just my position with all this stuff now. And of course, yeah, I have a little bit of a frustration about it. I mean, I know that it's not the correct balancing ways. And I wouldn't want to teach that to my kid, right? If I had a kid, like that, oh, like men are always right and women are always wrong, or some weird like
So
black and
when
white
I
relationship,
separated from the mother of my children, and it was a like, we're definitely breaking up and separating situation, then uh, she felt bad about choices she made in terms of our relationship and what was happening between us, and in a way to lash out against me, used child custody, and that backfired on her, where once the idea of there's an issue between this couple that have children together, which is the better place for the children, the court determines based on the children's what's best for the children. And because of that, they wanted me to have the kids. And so
which was probably based
automatically,
partly on her misinformation of hearing, because there's this weird thing that women do with each other where they're like,
well,
oh no, you need to go get that. You can get custody. Be a girl boss. You know what I mean?
so what she's trying to do essentially is we were breaking up. I was leaving her. I left her, and I gave her the reasons, many, many reasons. And I said, if these circumstances change, they're all controllable by you, then I would love to work things out. But as long as we are together, these conditions exist, which is not healthy. So I'm pulling away. If you make choices that can create a healthy relationship for me and you and our family, and in a good direction going forwards, that's great. But I cannot bear the weight of carrying it all myself. I'd much rather just have my kids. And because she did not want to confront herself about the issues I was presenting and why I was leaving, she projected by lashing out at me and using the kids. It's kind of like a vindication, a self vindication, and where she's like, well, I'm right because I'm the mom and I have these rights as the mom to have custody, blah blah blah. So she felt like she was going to get it. But then once there were some other factors that drew attention to herself, in choices that she was making after we separated, it drew attention to the fact that it gave credit for the reasons why I left and the reasons why I just wanted to be me with my kids and the unhealthy things. And so they said, well, no, the kids are better off with him. She thought that I had responded in a defensive way, accusing her of things so that I would get the kids and try to make her look bad or feel bad or whatever, which was not the truth. But because she thought that, she lashed out and accused me of everything she can. And she's getting legal advice from her parents and all these people. And she's, she has to play the role of the victim so that she doesn't confront her issues. Their response to that in making herself the victim, making me the villain, is saying, attack him. So she had that reaffirmed support, but it wasn't based in truth. So she started accusing me of all these things. And I had the microscope held up to my life, and so, I very much understand the Violence Against Women and Children Act and how that's inherently sexist. I mean, just listen to it: violence against women and children. It's not violence against people. And so it really opened my eyes. I too had to go to a batterer's intervention program, but because of a civil restraining order that she filed, which she was granted but had no evidence of her claims. And so it really helped open my eyes to the legal system and the difference between civil interactions, criminal interactions, the way that men are treated from a sexist position within the courts. And it really helped me hone in on the fact that the justice system is not morally just. It is simply a function of measuring information against each other to create social appeasement. And in recognizing that, it really started to broaden my perspective to where I'm opening my eyes and I'm looking at the world where I had a different perspective from that experience. Because prior to that, it's kind of similar to the not seeing color. Prior to that, I never saw an inequality between men or women, or the assumption that one is the victim and the other is the villain. If anything, I would be inclined to go along with the social norm of considering the man the villain and the woman the victim. But from that experience, I learned that is not necessarily true. And the statistics themselves actually disprove that. And it really helped me come to terms with an understanding and going through the batterer's intervention program that I was being abused. And I couldn't recognize that before. But I came
Wait,
to
so
that
you took that
understanding.
same class?
Yeah, the batterer's intervention
That's the
class.
same thing I had. Yeah.
Yeah, anybody that has a civil or criminal restraining order placed against them, it's a requirement that they have to do. It takes 56 weeks or whatever. And just like you, the instructor, he didn't take me aside and say it. He said it in front of everybody in the class. He pointed at me and he said, "This guy is the only guy in this room that doesn't need to be here." He put me on the spot because what he wanted was to use me as an example of how to properly handle situations to everybody else in the class. And so what he did do when he took me aside later, he said, "Hey, sorry for calling you out in front of everybody like that." And he's like, "You don't need to be here, but while you're here, you can help these guys by providing an example from your experience of the right way to handle things."
Yeah. Well, and
And so
that's just comes back to the point of what I'm saying or initially, which is sometimes walking away is good. It's not about claiming yourself as a victim or whatever. It's about understanding that sometimes these processes. That's kind of like my point in when I'm trying to call something out, call a spade initially, or in regards to reading people or something like that, because I'm just trying to avoid that scenario or getting near it even, right? So even if there's a hint of it, I that's where that comes from for me, is just like I can't even be around it, because if it comes back on me, I'll end up in jail
oh
just
yeah,
because of
no, since
this
that
whole thing,
experience,
and it's not about me being a victim. It's just about recognizing uh, that
no,
certain
since
behavior is leads to that, and also that it's pushed societally. Like there's a certain component, like for instance, in divorce. So when me and my wife, this whole process led to us getting divorced. But was what was really bizarre was I thought, oh, I just got to get through this thing, and then we'll be fine. And we had a really fun relationship. But that last year, it broke down. And it had to do with me being super honest about this kind of stuff instead of just allowing her to be abusive with me. So, because she just had this she was very young. She was 16 years younger than me. She just had this, she hadn't gone through a maturation cycle like I had. And so she still needed to
Well,
have
there's
those
also the
experiences.
generational difference of perception in
Sure.
relationships.
Totally.
That's a
She's like a
huge,
kid
huge
compared to
factor.
me, you know what I mean? And then also, so what happened was that over that next year, I put everything I had into buying us a house. So I had, I, and, she became a prostitute during this time. And I found a way to accept it, and she started making a crap load of money. And I was just like, I don't know how to get her off of this. I just thought if through good interactions, once we get into our house and stuff, she won't need to do this anymore. And that's just kind of what I believed. Um, but I didn't realize that while I was making all these sacrifices, so I was, financially to, and with my credit and everything, I was doing all these things like fixing every single little thing so I could be the sole, like the credit part of buying this house. And she was using a bunch of her money that she had just earned was going to pay a majority of the down payment. And then while we went through this year process that it took me to get everything all together and get our finances in order, um, we found a house. A couple months right before getting the house, I caught her. Like, I came home early one day and she was in the house, like, you know, whatever she said, giving a massage, but with the guy who was doing, one of the realtors, and it's like some weird old guy. I was really surprised, but anyway, the as this panned out, and I thought, this, whatever, we're still going to get through this. Is just what I thought. The day I signed the papers on the house, which is right before my birthday, um, she left me, and and then tried to take the house, or ended up with the house. I ended up getting money from her, which totally shocked her. She thought she was just gonna like win everything from me, but uh, it was just a bizarre thing because I thought, oh, we're like, I'm putting everything into this. I'm definitely like doing what I can. She had come up with a way of reasoning herself through this process to make herself the victim, whatever you want to call it, whatever her reasoning was. I don't exactly understand because we never talked again after this, except for through the lawyers. And it was a real tragic loss for me because I'm doing my first time home buyers thing with it. I'm kind of like had
Yeah, you were fully invested, fully
I
committed.
put everything into it. I was putting every day, all day of my, you know what I mean, like into my security of the whole thing and making sure that we could get the best one. And we got this really cool house. I had also managed to keep the house that we were in, and I had put an offer on it, but that was through that realtor. And I realized, oh, her and this realtor were kind of like sabotaging me, during this process, but I just didn't realize it. I was wondering why I never got a response back from my offer and stuff on the other house that I was in. But luckily, I was able to maintain it and keep it through this whole process. So I didn't end up totally on my butt. But everything that I learned from this was more like okay, I really need to stop this kind of like good faith, you know, behavior of what I was doing. I need to like call a spade. When I see it, I see it. And then sometimes I'm wrong, and like I was probably wrong with what I said about you and your ex with talking about the thing. But it's like I'm a little bit of a gut reaction, quick person with this stuff because of what happened to
Oh,
me,
oh,
man.
you mean when I was like my ex
Yeah, yeah,
posted
yeah.
his
And
thing?
when you said ugh, and I just thought, oh shit, that's what this is. And that's part of my own. insecurities and stuff because of this.
Well, so
You know,
there's a backstory to that, and
and once
it's
you said all that other stuff, I realized that I'm like, oh, I don't understand what's really happening here, but
well,
that's okay too.
I'm still super
It's like I care about
conflicted.
you, and so I was like just thinking of that stuff from that perspective to try and you know what
Well,
I
I
mean?
mean,
Because I'm
I'm super on guard about pursuing something unhealthy, going through unnecessary trauma, what's right and wrong, what's real and what's not, and just trying to observe a person for their behaviors rather than their words to see what the risk actually is and what's really
yeah, yeah.
actually
I'm
going
sure
on.
there's a
So,
lot more nuance than I was able to witness just in that, three images you shared with me.
well, yeah, and then, so me applying that label of a narcissist, I feel terrible about it because it creates this negative assumption for people, and a lot of times they'll relate it to their own personal traumas and experiences, and it would be different than mine. So, like, honestly, this person she's incredible. She's kind, she's nice, she's funny, she's smart, she's fun to be around. And she's not, like,
Maybe you should try and pursue it.
well, there, like I said, I was able to view her wounds and see how she was acting out of her wounds and then confront her about it. And this is where a big amount of conflict came into our relationship as a result, as I was saying, hey, I'm seeing these things and I think these things are causing these things,
But did you
which
talk to
are,
her after she posted that?
I sent her a message that was really positive, and I said, hey, it was really nice to see that. I didn't expect that, and I still love you and care about you too. And that now that doesn't mean that I'm trying to pursue a relationship with her. It's just that kind of universal type of love I was talking about earlier, kind of that just unconditional. You're human. We're equal in that you have feelings too, kind of thing. And just meeting her in that place is the idea. She hasn't even looked at it or responded, as far as I know. But she said that right there in her post.
Right,
She's like,
right.
I'm not inviting you to reach out. And so I said, well, I know you didn't invite me to reach out, but I'm inviting you to reach out. Because for me, it's like all the past and all that. I'm not in a relationship with her. I'm not pursuing a relationship with her. I'm not personally tethered or attached to her situation or anything like that. So I'm completely free of it. I'm aware of the past, what I went through, what to look for, and what I'm willing to accept, where to put boundaries, and where to adjust my own perspective if necessary. So, I'm fully aware, and because of that awareness, empowered, right? You there?
Yeah, yeah. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Um, so, with that empowerment, it gives me the responsibility and the accountability to view the situation for what it is, and recognize that what I'm seeing is a significant change in behavior, where previously a person that would admit no fault privately, let alone publicly, that would not express. I mean, she told people we never had a relationship, and I was a crazy friend that was obsessed with her. That's what she told the guy she went to her next relationship with. And so there is a lot of narcissistic behavior involved. But that doesn't mean, like we talked about earlier, somebody should be just kept in that box and be made to be a slave to their past and their mistakes, that they can't, that those behavior traits are literally the inner self being expressed through the filter of the ego, and it's the ego that is the narcissist, not the inner self. And so all of that is kind of logical psychology stuff like that. With this person in particular, what really has me bothered, I suppose you could say, or vexed or concerned and confused and really just kind of upturned, is the dreams that I've had and the experiences that I had with her, and the feelings that I felt, and that it was unique and different than anybody else. Like, this is a person I've had more dreams about than any other person I've ever known in my life. And 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 I actually had a dream about her 3 years before I met her. And I had a dream that actually the way it went, if you describe it as a general synopsis type of narrative, described how our relationship went. And the fact that I had that dream 3 years before I met her, then I met her and I had all these dreams. And then I actually had a dream about her right around the time she was posting those things. And a couple of years ago, she made this tincture using roses that I had given her. And out of nowhere, I just felt this inner compulsion to kind of check and look and see. And then sure enough, there's a post about she's making this tincture. So there's kind of like this unseen, unknown aspect to this connection that I've felt with her, and that connection still feeling present, and that some of the other dreams that I had were very clear about indicating several years of not being in touch with each other and then coming back around to each other, and that kind of being something in the cards. And I told her about that. I told her about those dreams. So it's the kind of the spiritual unknown aspect is kind of what keeps me there, and the personal feelings, like romantically, I have no romantic feelings for her, but could she earn the position and title of a partner? But yeah, she could, if she demonstrates that she has grown into understanding how to have a healthy partnership or relationship with me, and grown into seeing inside of the truth of herself, that is who she is.
No,
And
I totally get all
you
that. Actually, I mean, I respect what you're saying. I totally, uh,
because like
I
my
understand that.
logical
It does kind of come
my
back though to logic a little bit, right? Which it comes back to the law of excluded middle. Like either something is true or its negation is true. And I think that the only reason I bring it back to that is because that it gives you an out on attachment or on hoping that something might be there, because
well, a big
it,
part of
it's
the
like you can't
issues
just
we
sacrifice yourself for that, you know what I mean? If she's not there for you, then she's not there for you, you know what I mean? Like,
well,
uh,
yeah, like a big part of, kind of the issues that we experienced was this, she's saying she's this way, she's that way, but and I wanted to believe it. And a big part of my commitment, my devotion to the relationship and my investment and belief in it was believing that she was those things. And then as I got to know her, my intuition would spark and say, no, something feels this. And then I'd talk to her a bit more about it in depth, and I'd find out, okay, that doesn't line up with what she told me before. And that doesn't really line up with how a relationship can work. But, one thing she was very consistent about from the beginning was that she didn't want a relationship and she didn't feel like she would be a healthy partner. So what she did was she forecast her role and then filled it, and it's very much a self-fulfilling prophecy of, if you're going to approach a relationship, you have to, the only way it's going to work is if you approach it with a it's going to work mentality, where if you approach it from a it's not going to work perspective, you're setting yourself up to failure.
no, no, I totally get that. Yeah,
And
I
so
think
that
a
was,
part of my whole, just not like my premise or my intention behind uh, sharing with you what I did or whatever is more of just the law of excluded middle kind of concept is just, because it's not fair to you to have hope in something that somebody's, if they're not ready or whatever. I mean, it's like you have your own life and and I care about you and I want you to
well,
find love or
there's other
whatever you need, but you're not going to find it if you're keeping
there's
it
other
open for somebody who's not going to be there for you,
I'm fine with surface level friendships as long as I recognize where
Right.
I stand
No,
with a
that's the
person.
difference, right? It's defining it. What is the
And
identity
then,
of this relationship? And it's a friendship. It's not a
yeah, well,
relationship,
it's
right? Or it's a
no,
different kind of relationship.
I'm not even really trying to date right now. I'm like, I kind of just have this, I'm
Well, you
just going to
mentioned
be
it
with,
when in our other conversation. So it's kind of a fun idea to put yourself out there. And it's not like it would be a horrible thing, right?
uh, I have a kind of like a sexual conflict because I have no desire to have meaningless sex. I have no desire, like, even my sexual attraction to a person is very emotionally driven. So it's, and honestly, I'm super happy not having sex. I'm super happy and at peace, not having drama, relationship issues, or just a whole like I'm just super happy, and I'm aware that there's a fear of losing myself and stuff like that. But again, the self empowerment that comes with an awareness of I don't have to be involved and I don't have to emotionally commit, and I can make boundaries for myself that are healthy. It kind of puts me in this position where it's like, yes, if somebody were to come along and they choose to come spend time with me and they choose to integrate their life with mine and I see us as compatible and there is a connection there, I'm not going to deny it. And that's kind of what scares the shit out of me with her, is that I've already felt that connection. I've had these dreams, and like for me in the course of our relationship, I had some insecurities and I'm confronting a lot of my own traumas and insecurities all along the way. One of them was she wouldn't post a picture of us, and felt uncomfortable with that. And she never posted saying, I love you or you're great or anything like that. And it was concerning for me. But to see her do that now, it's like, is this person, and I kind of came to this point with her where I had to ask myself, is she aware of what she's doing? If she's aware of what she's doing, I never want to have anything to do with this person ever again. But I think the truth and the reality of it is there's a disconnect in subconscious for her, and in particular having to do with some woundings, which are very crucial to her personal identity, created the obstacle of being able to establish that kind of healthy relationship. And so I think, it's inevitable, and it's reflected in astrology, the way it's described, that we have lessons to learn and it's there in our charts and we can look there. But and these lessons are going to present themselves over and over and over again, sometimes in many different ways, until we actually learn it and grow. And so there's a big part of me that has this huge, maybe she's intentionally doing this for some kind of gain. But then when I look at the behaviors and observe them from an unattached perspective, they look genuine, and it looks like a person that is actually healing, and a person that is genuinely expressing some regret and some remorse and some guilt and some confusion, some lingering caring and love. And
I mean, I get that you said that many times, but and just as to reflect for you, you're saying one thing and acting another a little bit. There's a, I would reflect into you that it sounds like there is some attachment still there, or just a little bit of desire of maybe there is something there, and that's
well,
fine to recognize. There's nothing wrong with that, and but it's
there's
also
that
okay to let
element.
go of that if you choose to, and that's
There,
kind of all I would suggest to you is like as you deal with that, because it's something you're not going to be able to figure it out with me. I'm not going to help you at all. Like whatever
well,
I say will
talking
be a
talking
little.
through things and expressing things and being able to hear myself and even take in your perspective, it does help a lot, actually. And providing things for me to consider, because it's not like I'm not going to listen to your perspective. In fact, a friend of mine the day before yesterday said, "Hey, dude, if she was really going to post a letter, it should say, 'Hey, fire, I'm sorry for how I treated you and how much it hurt you and the outcome.'" It would have been worded differently. And I'm like, yeah, I see that. And it helped me to kind of not get emotionally sucked into it as much. But there's a few other motivations. So remember earlier we were talking about like having kids, right? And how every relationship since I've had kids, in fact, every serious adult relationship I've had, the other person already had kids too. And I loved how she was as a mother with her children. I really appreciated that, and I really actually always appreciated how she treated my kids too, which is huge. But aside from that, is that I liked her kids and I really enjoyed spending time around them. And she has this 7-year old, that's just like I call it my internal fire, like just brings out my internal fire, just my fun part of personality. Like I can build forts with her and go play, and I can turn into the T-Rex in a game, and she brings that inner child, mischievous childlike wonder out of me. And I miss that kid like fucking crazy, and I love her. And I just want everything to be good for her, and I miss her like crazy. Like I, I built her a bed frame, which is something that I did for Mac and or for my own children. I built my own kids their own bed frame out of like raw materials, going out into the forest, cutting a tree down, all the way to having a bed frame. And so I made a bunk bed for my kids, and maybe it's somewhat manipulative 'cause towards the end of our relationship, especially like as we were really accepting that things were over. I mean, I kept sending her money just because I wanted, I just, I wanted to make sure that her kids were okay, and I knew her situation. And I had already been kind of paying for things for a while, so I didn't want them to go without. And I just, fucking love those kids. Honestly, that's really what it is. And keeping the motivations and understanding my motivations separate is a really good thing in this situation. I really don't know what's going to evolve out of it. If anything, the dreams that I had that we came back together and basically lived happily ever after in many different kinds of ways, I think is the thing I'm most terrified of. I'm most terrified of even stepping towards or considering or allowing, because of the experience that I had with her before that hurt so much and created so much of a perception of her that she would be a person that hurts me. And so it's interesting to sit outside of my own feelings, observe myself and where I'm operating from, as well as try and observe her without emotions and see where she's operating from, and just muse about the curiosity and of which step is the right step to take forward. And I'm just the kind of person that once I become aware of a risk, okay, I can mitigate that risk because I'm responsible for it. If I see, evidence of that risk becoming a reality, then I can, because I'm aware of it, do something about it. And I'm talking about my emotional feelings or connection with this person, or my previous desires or beliefs that a relationship could be good and healthy between us. And the reality of, is the behavior and is the situation reflecting that truth, or am I being delusional in my perception because of desire? So, because 2 weeks ago I wasn't thinking about this person. I've been very free and um, stuff like that. And all of my exes from the past, at some point they'd resurface, and I'd be in that same situation where I'd have to look at, well, has circumstances changed, has behavior changed for me and for them enough for us to actually come together and this not be a harmful thing? And it's always been no.
No, and that's
That
a good thing. And I just would, remind you though that because you're really good, obviously from my perspective of listening to you, you're really good at at maintaining a a love for people even that you've had problems with afterwards. It sounds like, but I just remind you to it's okay to kind of bring it back to like the conversation we had earlier about self love. The self love is just as important, and like caring for yourself and is just as important in loving yourself in the context of this stuff. The
Yeah,
uh,
absolutely.
you know,
So,
just don't forget
especially at
that.
the well, especially at the end of the relationship, and as she, instantly went to getting into another relationship, and I recognize that I was able to understand that, um, as much as there's a, love your neighbor as you love thyself, and in loving myself openly and completely and wholly and being accepting, um, I could not get that from her until she loved herself the same.
Right, exactly. It's like
And so
that's a
that's kind of
that's almost
the
a
main,
critical, departure from, or just for understanding everything that you're saying, right? Like I mean, and that's the part of the stuff that I'm not going to understand because I don't have your experience with her or whatever. But just listening to you talk about it, I think that there is just a reminder of that it's okay to allow her to be exactly who she is, and then to remember that it's okay to allow yourself to have distance or whatever is necessary to
and that
find
may
the
be the
love in
best way.
yourself, you know what I mean, so that you're
Well,
not
and it,
drawn to this over and over again. Because if it's like it's a pain to like go through a question of like, well, are they ready yet for me or something. If somebody's not ready, they're not ready, it's just
yeah. So the interesting aspect to me about that is in loving myself and knowing that giving that love to her, where if she's not ready, could harm me. The best way for me to love her, if she's not ready, is to do so either as a supportive friend and be aware and in control of myself, or to recognize if she's not ready or in that place, to withdraw as an act of love for her, where I'm not going to have this situation of these feelings and all these confrontations if you're not in a place where you can deal with that.
yeah,
And that's
that's
love,
exactly what I'm saying, exactly.
and then from there maybe she can feel the love that's held in that
Yeah, because it
distance.
doesn't have to be extreme. It's not a. It's kind of like defining friendship a little bit, and just to it helps to create a little bit of a boundary, because there is a difference between friendship and uh, soulmate or a romantic relationship, and they have these kind of definitive parameters to them, and so I just think it's
Well, it's
good to
all
let that go a
contractually
little bit, if you're not
it's all
there.
contractually based in understanding that there is an agreement that's held between two people to either have just a friendship or to have some kind of other extra.
Well, sometimes they won't be aware of it though, that they're doing the thing, right? Like sometimes they aren't aware like that they're drawing you into this Pandora's box, or like a
Right.
self-defeating principle that you get stuck into, a logic trap actually, right?
Well,
And
and
it's
it turns into a circular conversation if they can't or
yeah,
they're unwilling to see it. And that's exactly what I experienced with her. And it just got to this point where it's like I'm a fucking broken record, and it doesn't matter how much I explain this to you. Cognitively and
right.
logically, it makes perfect sense. But until you experience whatever you need to grasp and understand where I'm coming from, I can't do anything more.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened with my recent ex. It's just that, and I mean, we were a great compatibility. Yeah, like our star signs must have been crazily aligned or whatever. And I just fell for her hard too. I was like, I would have done anything for her. And she did have a funny way of reacting to that, though. I mean, I didn't even really say it that much. I was very careful and cautious. She put out these kind of warning signs like, "Don't show love to me." She even said that at one point, right in the very first week that we got together. She said, "Whoa, like you're you're too into this or whatever." And then she would always just, even though I would hold back from saying stuff, she would just be like, yeah, you love me or something. I never like say it to me, and I wouldn't even say it. She'd just say that like a kind of ownership, and there was a clear imbalance between us. And then when it came to any type of disagreement, she would like latch onto this kind of behavior pattern where she just wouldn't listen to me at all. It didn't matter what I was saying. She just kind of go into this uh, broken record loop, kind of like what you're saying. And the when this is her with me though, and I started recognizing it. And then after a few months, I called her out on it, and then that made it that much worse. And then we almost immediately broke out up after that because just me calling it out or whatever. And then my goal was to try and get through it. I thought, maybe this is the only way we can get through it is if I just kind of point out the behavior thing. I tried to use the four agreements. I thought, oh, we could kind of talk, let's talk about the four agreements. I could get her on that, on board with that or something like that, but that didn't work at all. And
That's
for me, I had to accept that, oh, she's there in this place. Doesn't really matter what I say. And, and, and she's got some like pains that she's working through that have to do with her ex-husband and and anyway, and that was like a major thing. We were never going to get through that. So for me, I just had to let go, even though I
well,
totally
so
would do anything for her, right?
well, so like I get a lot of friends, that would tell me. I already know they would tell me, and the ones that I've talked to, they're like, "Dude, watch out! Like this is not good," and it's because they perceive me as the victim from the experience. Now, here's the thing, okay? This person was honest from the beginning about her views on a relationship. So, because of me being aware of that, I'm responsible for the choices that I made. And I cannot take a victim route. I have to be responsible. Maybe that some of the things she did and the way I was treated and stuff like that was not nice, kind, right, whatever. But the truth is, I chose it. I was aware of her disposition in choosing it, and I chose to go through with it. And the result was, I think, probably the greatest appreciation for a failed relationship I have ever had, where the wonderful things between us were just in many ways perfect. And in many ways, the difficulties that I faced with her, like I said, all of my own insecurities were surfacing, and I had to confront my past traumas on my own and deal with them. And as a result, I healed exponentially. And I was at that place in my path where I needed that. I think, and this is just my observation or opinion from what I observed, I think that what happened is I triggered a lot of insecurities in her and the idea of having a successful relationship, and then the fear of confronting that to see it through is what drew her away. And then upon reflecting upon it later, she realized that she was gaslighting herself. So, like, you can't lie to another person if you believe it yourself. Then you're not lying. That's something else. That's delusional, operating from a place of delusion. And so, for me, there's the whole lot of I have to be self accountable, not be a victim, and then continue to not be a victim and seeing my involvement going forward. And I've had a lot of practice with other exes where as soon as they start demonstrating manipulative or gaslighting or emotionally unhealthy behaviors, then I'll call them out on it instantly and retract, and that's it. There's that strong boundary there. And so if I could, as a friend, because that's one thing I personally keep intact, and that's where a lot of the love lives that I have for my exes. I still love them from a friend. If I could do something to help them in their growth or improve their life in a better way or whatever, I would. And, part of loving them is if we had a relationship that didn't work out and there's unresolved romantic tension or turmoil that lives within them, the best thing for me to do is stay away. Unless they're willing to confront whatever those things are to put behind them, and then we can
Yeah,
have a
because even the
friendship.
love ends up being a, a mirror of what they can't do for you, right? So like, yeah, I totally get that.
So yeah, because like I said earlier, I was considering asking you, if I could send her your chart because
Oh, is that the same
she
girl
has, yeah,
you were talking
it's the
about?
same girl.
Oh,
Yeah,
funny.
she's the one that
Yeah,
she's
I
the
don't
one
mind.
that
You
got
can, you
me.
can. I don't care. It
Well, I
doesn't.
mean, she hasn't responded to my message. It's
Oh,
like we had all this where I'm at a place where our past, I have no ill feeling, no unresolved, whatever. It's like I totally have forgiven her because I understand where she came from and I still love, but I'm also able to protect myself and love myself and recognize I made plenty of mistakes. I said things that hurt her. And so I understand if she hasn't healed from those experiences and if she's has her own feelings and stuff, that's totally cool. So for her, an interaction with me may trigger a lot of issues she hasn't confronted and dealt with in the past, and her post basically says that. Where for me it's like I have no desire to talk about the past unless it's a purely conceptual, unemotional, impartial type of discussion of this is what happened. Let's examine it from a scientific perspective. But other than that, I'm way more interested in talking to her about astrology, philosophy, society, human relations, spirituality, things like those. Those were
I
always
mean, that's kind of a
topics.
bummer that she's not, because whatever. I mean, obviously, well, all the more reason to just let it go, I would say. Hey, check this out. Remember how we
Yeah,
were talking about before, about the concept of when it comes to like marketing, putting certain things out there as a hook or whatever, and then because the end result also with trying to get certain messages out is more important than the hook or the thing that you might use utilizing kind of marketing techniques and stuff. I was just wanted to say, I just while we were talking, I looked at my post that I just did recently this morning on the about that book, and I'm getting a ton of response on this concept. And then people were like sending me all this love about it, telling me they're in tears, and uh, and I posted it on a few other um, groups as well, and I'm getting a bunch of feedback on those with people sending me like, I love this, and I just think it's really interesting because all this is the same thing that like what me and you have been talking about, or that I've been trying to put into other videos and put out there, just repackaged in a different format. And I can already tell like this is really gonna. I'm just getting a great deal of response from it, like positively. People who don't even normally talk to me, and I think that's just interesting because it's I'm not even they're not even the target market for this book. I think, but when I put this out there, I'm kind of actually what I was doing to post this on Facebook was just to test the water. I was kind of curious what that would do if I just put out my summary and see what people came back with, or if I got anything. Because lately, I like nobody even comments on my stuff unless people are
that
so
post,
afraid of it, you
um,
know.
that post, it created a lot of respect for you, and then a huge amount of guilt for me because in the course of my life, a lot of times I'll have conversations with people, and they'll be in depth and stuff like with you, and I'll tell them about how I want to write books, and they're literally like reaching into their pockets trying to just give me money. And I'm like, whoa, like I remember even being 13 years old, 14 years old, talking to a guy on a bus, and he's like, I want to give you $30 so you can write this book, and that happening over and over and over again throughout the course of my life. And I never took anybody's money because then I would feel obligated to write that book and then send something to them. And so I felt guilty because it's like I could be contributing in a way, and I really do want to pursue writing these books. So it made me feel guilty in a way that may motivate me to
I love that. That's great. I mean,
start start
I
putting
mean,
things
it happens
together.
to me too, man. I have especially when it's something I really want to do for myself or something, and I see somebody else doing it. I mean, it's like the pre-phase of motivation, I would say. Not necessarily that it's guilt. Or I mean, maybe it is, but it's a precursor to the motivating principle. And I just want to throw it out there. I've been thinking about you a lot with because I've been writing this stuff and doing a bunch of my I've been storyboarding and going through a bunch of my branding stuff on it, and I you keep coming up in my mind. I wanted to reach out to you and say, hey, if you'd like to contribute, um, I'd be willing to share royalties. I mean, I'm open on. I've kind of got like a million ideas, so I'm like, it's almost
So
like anything's possible in my
financially,
mind, you know?
I'm not really all that financially motivated. Of course, I need to be, and I have to be aware of that, especially given my current
Well,
financial
that's just the
situation.
way
It's
I
like
do stuff like that, though. It comes from doing it through bands. Like I've noticed, it's just a way funner way to like even if I'm like if you contribute on something with me, I'll do 50-50 with you, you know? Even
well,
if you
only
only
if I
do like
own
a
it.
one little thing on it or something, you know, because I don't, these are just little tiny pieces of the puzzle of bricks, and I'm happy to share that, especially if you're involved in the concepts and stuff. I just think it's a fun way to do it. I don't really, you
Well, that kind
know,
of brings me back around to I messaged you earlier. The cabin's empty now, um, which came about quite suddenly and drastically in the way that it did. Um, it needs to be cleaned and stuff. But, like I am super down. You know how we've talked about like with the homesteading project I want to keep working on, which is kind of stalled out because, since the death of Charlie Kirk, it really just I opened up to looking more into the political atmosphere and what's happening in the world, and because like I said before, I'm out in the forest, bro, and I have peace, and there's animals and nature, and I'm just like fucking, I'm in Wonderland, and life is beautiful and amazing and happy and stuff, and I feel no conflict, and I feel at peace, and all, and then I go, and it's like, well, fuck, all the shit's happening, and I feel some kind of obligation to do my part, to like try and help make things better. And even this morning, and yesterday, I've had a couple of interactions with some Democrats that haven't completely cut me off recently. And I've been thinking, I love these people. Going back to that unconditional universal love. Like I love these people, and what is dividing us is a misunderstanding. And if we keep interacting from a point of conflict,
right?
it's always going to
Totally.
result. And so I keep thinking, I'm like, well, how can I, it's almost manipulative to be like, well, I'm going to target some Democrats and go talk to them about other things that I know we're not going to conflict, and that I know we have in common, like a nice day being nice, and the weather being nice, or a song sounding good, or a painting looking, feeling good, human connection. And I think that's the most important thing is once we recognize some component of our own self and somebody else, we can respect them enough to start having those conversations. And that's kind of, it's like it's manipulative because you're not telling them I have conflicting views with you, and in order to establish a trusting connection, where I respect you and you respect me, I'm only focusing on these things we have in common, you know but at the same time, if I'm out the gate with telling them about it, we have these conflicts, then that's what's going to be focused on, and that's where I
Totally.
see the greatest division happening. And like I was in this video game, and in this union where there's no pictures, and it's it's non-binary. People don't talk about whether they're men or women, and how people treat each other and stuff. And in doing that, because of the huge difference in the way that, generally speaking, in society, a lot of men and women are kind of pitted against each other. In this video game, it didn't exist because there was no sex, and so people started having commonalities, and because they related in this video game and connected about something entirely different, when the topic of men and women came up in their differences in running the union that I ran and having to deal with that coming up, there was so much more respect in how people, and they could, confront the issue just enough, but nobody was leaving and nobody was having serious, personal, emotional, you're an enemy, I'm right, you're wrong. Instead, there was that cohesion it pre-existed the condition of conflict, and because of that, the cohesion, the human connection saw it through so that they could have peace, even collaborate, cooperate with completely different worldviews. This same thing occurred with religion. The same thing occurred with nationalist politics and stuff like that, where it's a worldwide union I'm working with. And so, going back to game theory and talking about that earlier, I started playing this video game to break myself from the habits I had of texting my ex all the time and the emotions and stuff like that, to distract myself. That was a form of
Sure.
escapism. And so what I went through in the experience of this game is, as I started to not have any need for that distraction, not have it as a crutch for me to separate from my habits, so I was healing. I started to recognize the game in a completely different way. And if I hadn't, I wouldn't have kept playing. But what I recognized was the game as a model for society, and the way that it had this competitive nature, and there's unions and people win, and there's groups of people and individuals, and there's different measures of success, ranking, and there's different servers, so everybody's at different places in their development, and things take time and a lot of effort and energy and stuff to build. And then there's the perception of others based on their personality, and the perception of others based on their rank and their status in the game. Some are leaders, some are followers, some are on the bottom, some try hard. All of these different dynamics, and the fact that money and there's a monetary system involved with the game gave it a full perspective of society. And how I came into playing it for the reasons that I did, and then turning it into kind of a philosophical social muse, so to speak, where instead of winning being the priority, instead the experience became the priority. And we turn the value system upside down within the game, where the competitiveness dissolved, and all that matters is enjoying and learning from each other and growing. And I compared growth in the game to growth first personally, and developed these personal connections with people all around the world. And they started telling me about how I would metaphorically apply strategies about the game to real life situations and how we treat each other and handle things in the union. They started telling me that they started applying those philosophies and metaphors and concepts to their real lives, and we're seeing improvement in their real lives. And after a certain period of time, they would no longer necessarily want to play the game. And I honed in onto the fact that every single person playing that game was wounded, was using the game as a form of escapism, or a form of you know filling the void of whatever they were unhappy about, rather than confronting it. And if I hadn't interjected with the philosophy that I had, they never would have confronted it. They would have kept playing the game. They would have lost their marriage. They would have lost their job. Whatever situation they were so unhappy about not confronting and dealing with would have gotten worse. Instead, through cooperation and collaboration and supporting each other with positive values that were completely outside of the game, and applying them to playing the game, it changed their lives. And to the point where I felt unduly responsible for situations in their lives, and kind of cast in this leadership role I hadn't exactly signed up for. And I thought, well, the principles of the union, being teamwork, communication, consistency, clarity, and everybody being equal, and just having a good time and growing and doing the best they can. That was it. Winning didn't matter, but working as a team did. Communicating did. You know, recognizing strengths and weaknesses and being able to call it out, help each other. Those were the principal values of the union. In doing that, we started to win in the game itself. We became stronger. We won competitions based on strategy, teamwork, and things like that. Now, using the game as a real life societal model, if you take a group of individuals that come together based on principalities and start operating within the game based upon those principalities which live outside of the agenda of the game, they can still matriculate and be successful in the game because those principalities they operate from have actual more value than the principles being applied to just winning or having status. So the motivations being different, we found ourselves being more successful than the unions that spent a lot of money on the game. And it
I
it,
totally
it
get that.
literally
Yeah,
provide so if we talk about Moloch, right, and its prevalence in society, and we talk about Moloch and in terms of the gaming scenario mentality, and we look at the example that's provided there, there is a working model of how to genuinely improve society from within.
totally, totally. Well, you know what that brings up for me is that I don't think I shared this with you, but back when I used to have dreads, and I had dreads for 6 years, and people used to respect me everywhere I went. I was like highly respected. People saw me for as this kind of. I never like was a person who was like into Rasta or whatever. Although I kind of ended up hanging out with a bunch of people who were in that realm, only because I liked the shamanic aspect of it. But at the point in time later when I cut my hair, I did it with this bizarre intention that no one else could understand because it was a very personal thing. But my goal was to infiltrate as a shaman the business world, which I did very successfully. I kind of moved into started this business, had a very successful business during the internet boom. And but what happened afterwards was this fall off from my pure intention of wanting to. I just thought like I'm still going to be the same person, right? But because I had dreads, I was so obviously this way. I couldn't influence people the way I wanted to, with this kind of message of goodness, I guess you would say, or from the places of power. And I saw that as being business at the time, and I still recognize um, that essentially this comes back to the end goal being the most important thing to keep in mind. Like however you get along the path, whatever, if you're accomplishing your end goal, then um, and then it doesn't really matter what steps you took to get there, like or they matter less than reaching the end goal. And the concept of trying to spread the message of word of God or of goodness, um, in my mind right now, they still have a lot to do with success and money and things like that, where certain things are going to work better than others. And so me just putting this thing out there as a test, I've realized, okay, I'm kind of like what I see right now is a shift, like where this is kind of like me cutting my hair to try and affect people in the business world and be a part of that world, and go down that route and to change my physical appearance a little bit just to achieve the end result. And whereas that's become less successful for me now, that particular route, I'm still doing the same thing as far as being able to change my methodology or change whatever it is I'm thinking. And I've been using whatever tools necessary to get there. And so I think that as it relates to this particular concept of putting out this young adults book, I think that there's some great concepts in that. But actually, it's this result. The end result is me realizing I want to do a whole bunch of books. I want to do. I think books are a really great way of putting these messages out there. And as far as like
That's
what I would
a
offer you as
that's a big part of why I like the idea of recording our conversations because there's gold
oh
mines
yeah,
in
totally,
there,
bro,
stuff
totally.
to
We had
stuff to
some good ones
quote and
today. So, but I would just challenge you to think of what are you motivated to talk about, and I'll meet you there, and I'll help manifest it in a way that we could collaborate together. I mean, even I don't even care what it is, but I'll also hopefully you'll allow me to um, suggest alternatives or different things of ways to even be more successful with it, because the success part of it will really help get the message out, right? And so, whereas I think
See,
if
to
I
me,
just
that
did this
is the
Moloch book,
success. Yeah, to
then
me, that is success. Is just getting the message out. So,
totally, me too. That's actually
with
that's all I really care about. And now that I'm seeing, my power was off earlier, so I wasn't able to look at this stuff while we were talking, and it just came back on, and then I turned it on while we were talking. I looked at it and I'm like, holy shit, this is working. And so like
yeah,
that's
so
like a big positive feedback for me, reinforcing that okay, this is the right decision. And I think that so that kind of opens up all sorts of things when I'm thinking about my relationship with you. Like I really liked the poem that you sent me. I thought that was amazing, bro. Read that and I'm like, oh man, this is deep. And it actually inspired me. I like did some research. I'm like, I gotta relearn poetry, I gotta,
well,
I
you
want to
know
even
that
go down that route. I don't know that that's another thing, but if you were motivated to do that, I would help
that
support you in that. Or if you wanted to help me write this Moloch book, I'm totally down with that. Or if you wanted to talk about some other subject or whatever, I'm totally down with that. And I've already mapped out now the whole thing on doing a pre-release through Kindle publishing, which I had never really figured out before. But now I've got it all figured out now, and I know also what they won't allow you to say. Or I kind of can read through that a little bit, and so even if
so
we could try something, if like let's just say it didn't work, I know some ways now that we can reform and get that same message out. Like if it so like this book about Charlie Kirk's assassination didn't work for me, but I realized I could do that through this reforming the message through this kid's book, and it's totally gonna work. It's even gonna work better than the other one did. So I'm kind of like, oh, this is a little bit of an aha moment for me, and I think I can help facilitate that with you. And I would love for you to contribute with me on any one of these concepts. Like I'm just the sky is the limit in my mind because I really like
well, yeah, I mean,
contribution.
I've got book idea. I actually have some screenplay ideas for like some sci-fi series that I want. One of them I started. I
Hell
got
yeah,
quite far in writing out, and I did it on an online platform that ended up having a subscription thing built into it where they were saving my data and they were going to publish it for me, keep the copyrights, all that for me intact. And then they added this subscription thing, a while in, and I was like 145 something pages in already. And it's like
sick.
yeah, so there was like $150, and then they're like, well, all this shit. So there's this problem. But yeah, no, I've got
Yeah, I can help you
tons of
push through that threshold, and then I think the book format is the easiest one. Like the problem with the screenplay format is, well, like if you put the concept into a book first, you can sell it to the screenplays through the book, and the book acts actually as a you can kind of like play the market a little bit. And what's cool
so
about when you go through the KDP thing, and I'll
well,
get you on there too. You can become an author on KDP, which is
I
Kindle
I
Direct
I,
Publishing.
I took some time, to self-reflect.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, okay, I'm always successful with my tree jobs and my tree work. And anything that's truly been 100% important to me, um, I've been successful to the measure of success I've been happy with. Now, and in doing that, I have to recognize, okay, what are my limiting factors and how is this going to work? And where I'm successful is where I'm able to fully put myself into something because that's genuinely how I'm
Yeah,
successful.
same here.
My issue is like, so since I've started really putting a lot more energy into the idea of podcasting, into the idea of making videos, into the idea of engaging and putting stuff out there, um, I've made significantly less money, like from the time I went to Mendocino and then came back, I've devoted way more time to these things. And, like I don't have food, I don't have gas in my tank, I don't have my rent paid. Like I'm not in any financial. And so that's really my biggest limiting factor is money, because otherwise it's like, okay, I can put my energy into research, I can focus, because then I don't have to worry about paying bills and going forward and stuff. But my biggest predicament is to try to work on these projects while, it's that balance of focus. And it's like, if I do put myself into like doing tree work and stuff, I really put myself into it, I become successful with it, but then I don't focus any time on the writing and stuff like that. And so
I get that. Yeah.
yeah, because then I don't have the energy, like I'm physically exhausted. I use a lot of mental and emotional energy. I mean, because there's just a whole lot of stuff that goes into tree work, especially being, if you're
Sure.
a leader, in doing it, then you're just totally responsible for other people and stuff too. So, and actually mentioning that, so this game that I was playing, and I was I naturally filled the position of this leader of this union, which I wasn't actually. So I had guys that I worked with doing tree work, several of them, and I started playing this game. They knew I was going through this breakup, and so they saw I was enjoying it. I was getting something out of it, so they started playing it too. They were having fun. So those were the first few members of the union, and one of them was, super close, really good friend of mine, a foreman that was working for me and worked, for a long time. We were like brothers, right? So we already had this tight knit group established in forming this union where they saw me as the leader, and um, we had these dynamics of trust that were established in real life situations where their lives are on the line and they're trusting me with it. And so when we got online, I'm looking at all these different unions and how they approach things, and I'm like, none of this is right, none of this fits. Like, it's just spiritually like bothers me. And I was like, well, I could start my own. My friend was like, yeah. And so he was way better with phones and software and stuff. So he helped set it up, and set stuff up. And so he was the chairman of the union, not me. But we had, five guys that worked for me, and I was their boss. And, in a lot of ways, they looked up to me, as an example or a leader for them or whatever. And, I taught them a lot about work and life and stuff like that. So kind of like a mentor. And so we already had this established in this union. So then we start communicating with other players that are coming into the union, because we're generating success based on the exact same principles that we used at work: communication, teamwork, everybody having the same value, and the experience, and everybody coming out at the end of the experience, and making the very best of it, best learning and growing, right? Looking out for each other, criticizing, look, this is where you can grow, keeping each other safe, stepping in when somebody needs help. Like, so all of these inherent values were already, kind of intrinsically bonded between us and how we operated at work. And there was a command structure at work, and we just applied that through how we used our strategy, because it worked. We won. And so then we get other people coming in and they're talking about, how we work together, inspiring these other people because we have this personal connection, and then connecting with them personally because we had this personal connection. And I was shedding myself. So I was going through ego death throughout this entire process, where I had, this girlfriend, and this last girlfriend that we've been talking about, when I met her was kind of the beginning of my spiritual reawakening, and kind of the beginning of this ego death and breaking down all these external layers of trauma and experience, and getting down to the true me, and the inner child, and the, who my inner self would be reflected right back at me without all of that stuff, and a place to kind of rebirth myself from, but also having all the knowledge from the experience, And so kind of the ending of the relationship and going into this game was another form of shedding that experience. And because the game wasn't real. It was a place where I could exercise free thought and musing philosophically and applying the game itself as a metaphor to life and all kinds of things within it, and all of this stuff. So part of the result of that was I shut down work wise. And I mean, I kind of had a good amount of money and stuff stored up. I had done well for myself for a while. And as I withdrew from doing things externally, I stopped having as much income and I was kind of just living off of what I had. And I was way less motivated by work, and the guys knew it. And I announced, hey, I'm closing my business. And, that was kind of a big deal. And this was just maybe 4 months or so after I started playing the game, and they were really in the game with me. I mean, I'd be up in a tree playing the game, they'd be down on the ground. I'd give them break times to play the game at certain times, stuff like that. And then I was like, yeah, and so that created a distance between us and real life, and other things in real life meant they had to go do other things. And then so they stopped playing the game, and eventually it was just me and all the other people that had joined, but we had created that same kind of atmosphere. We were operating on the same principles. We treat each other the same. And everybody was like, wow, this is a unique experience. Like, I love the people, we've really connected. There's more going on here than us just logging in and playing this digital game. Like I said, real life friendships and caring for people and changing how they view things and getting relationship advice and work advice, like between each other, and working as a team and feeling supported. All these beautiful things are happening. I didn't enter into any of it intentionally. I realized that playing the game was a part of escapism for me, and where I wasn't being successful and making money and moving in a direction in my own outward life. And I started to feel this contradiction to my commitment to the union and playing the game and being a leader for them, and this contradiction to losing so much in what was going on in my real life, and recognizing that it wasn't healthy for me, and that I started to pull away. And there was this event in the game, and I kind of had taken a step back from being the leader, and I kind of deflected that onto somebody else, and we lost the event. And they all said, whether you like it or not, you're our leader. If you would have told us to do that, we would have done it. And I had been contemplating quitting the game already, just recognizing the impact it was having on my life, and seeing that working model presenting itself in front of me, and seeing how it's presented itself, and there could be an opportunities to create that in real life in a way to create positive, good change in the world. I was super inspired. And so I started, letting them know, hey, I'm going to stop playing and stuff like that. I'll still be around. I still love you guys. I'm so committed to the idea and the way things worked in this union that I want to manifest things in real life based on it, including using the union name as a trademark.